research in Sydney. It's 8 o'clock. Good morning, I'm Stephanie MacDonald. A senior government minister says the AstraZeneca COVID vaccine is safe after the rollout was temporarily suspended in a few European countries. Reports of blood clots in a small number of patients has prompted Denmark, Iceland and Norway to pause use of the injection. Europe's medicines watchdog says there is no evidence of a link and cases of clots in vaccinated people are no higher than the general population. Government Minister Peter Dutton has told Today health officials in Australia are keeping a close eye on all of the evidence.
The way in which this rollout has worked, not just here but around the world, means that we do have an enormous amount of data, and the conclusion here is that the vaccine is safe. It'll continue to roll out.
The head of Qantas is pleading with the country's premiers to play ball to boost domestic tourism. The federal government is offering half-price airfares to 13 different regions once JobKeeper finishes at the end of the month. CEO Alan Joyce says there are 3 things states can do to give people the confidence to get back in the air.
1, to guarantee people won't be locked out of their states or at least give them 48 hours to get back home. 2, when the vaccine rolls out to groups 1A and 1B, which are hotel quarantine workers and their families, there should be no reason to close the borders down again and guarantee it. And 3, have a system that everybody can understand.
A Moreton Bay man is due in court today accused of having sexual conversations with 2 children overseas. The 59-year-old allegedly engaged in online sexual chats with the children in the Philippines via Facebook. The man is facing a maximum penalty of 10 years in prison. A Queensland police operation targeting motorists under the influence has found 1 in 7 drivers tested were on drugs. Tango Anaconda is a 4-month operation to try and stop the state's road toll from rising further. Assistant Chief Superintendent Ray Rowita has told Neil Breen too many Queensland drivers are doing the wrong thing.
The 1st of March we've tested, as of this morning, 3,115 drivers. What's concerning though is we've detected 440 people driving with drugs in their system, and that's a rate of 1 in 7.
And more than 500 birds have been seized in a crackdown on an illegal cockfighting syndicate in Sydney. 34 people were arrested during a raid on a property in Sydney's southwest in December. Further investigations led police to a property at Horsley Park where 540 roosters, chickens and cockerels were seized. 1 man was detained at the scene but later released. RSPCA New South Wales Chief Executive Steve Coleman says it's despicable these practices are still going on.
All of the intel that we've received in the lead up to the warrant being executed yesterday was that there was something in the order of about 40 fighting roosters. Getting the phone call yesterday from our team to tell me that it was 540 was really quite confronting. We've never experienced these sorts of numbers before.
In finance, the Dow Jones is up 188 points at 32,485 and gold is trading at $1,720 an ounce. It's 8:03.
Every team in the competition, not just this weekend. Sergio Garcia started at 7 under par 65 to lead during the opening round of the Players' Championship. He leads by 2 from Brian Harmon, who is at 5 under. That's scored on Peter the Colters at 4.5 after 8.
back in a minute.
show that I am desperately worried as a father, desperately worried about the access online and on your phone in those young people's bedrooms to porn, and the fact that it skews their thought process. So this is a body of work that has to be attacked. I would rather see Anastasia's telescope saying, I am going to fix this, and have all sorts of programs in place, rather than get up there and go, why doesn't the Prime Minister like Queensland, like fair dinkum, grow up? David from Manly West on the line. He wants to talk about bike safety and safety mirrors. How are you, mate?
Yeah, good, Neil. Good, great program. I can remember years ago we had curved mirrors that actually showed you a hell of a lot more.
Yeah.
Right? So, you know, if you can have curved mirrors, they provide a bit of distortion for the view, so at least you know that there's someone there.
That's all you need to know, isn't it? Just that there's someone there. And they become a thing, and then sometimes you see people towing caravans, got those extensions and everything, but then cars have got all this safety now, but there's nothing been developed in the mirror space. Has there, David? Like, cars will save your life with the airbags and the automatic brakes and the this and that and the other, but then nothing in the mirror space. A good point, David.
Yeah, good on you, mate.
Rightio. What's on for the weekend?
Work.
Oh.
I love work, mate. I love work.
Okay.
But it's a chance to listen to 4BC, you see.
Oh, good stuff.
And then I can't wait for the boys.
The continuous call.
Oh, they're just they're amazing.
I know, they can talk all hours.
You're running a good program there, mate. Big shoes to fill, but you're doing it a different way.
Yeah,
and, you're a local lad. I'm a churchy boy. You're a state high boy. But anyway,
right,
you won't hold that against.
Boo, churchy. Boo is to them. Mate, your ovals are too good for us. We used to be very jealous of them. Good on you, David, from Manly West. Thanks for phoning 131873.
Ray Hadley. This announcement by the Prime Minister that we'll be looking at subsidising as a federal government airfares for people wanting to travel to a select group of destinations. Alan Joyce is here.
Good day, Ray. It's good to talk to you as always.
Ray Hadley. Are you confident by the end of this year that you'll be able to carry people to other destinations internationally?
There's no reason why the borders shouldn't open in October, and we need to open up our economy because we will fall behind the rest of the world.
Ray Hadley on 4BC 1110. 40 km/h school zones are now in force.
If you have tissue problems, loose, broken or missing teeth, or you're not a candidate for dental implants, you may be suitable for All on 4 from the Redondo Clinic, Brisbane. You can find... Permanent new teeth can be yours now. Register at retondoclinic.com.au or nextsmile.com.au. Any surgery or invasive procedure carries risks. Before proceeding, you should obtain a second opinion from a suitably qualified health practitioner. Why haven't you heard of a brand utility vehicle?
weather guru Justin Noonan has had a big week. There's been severe storm warnings on and off all day, all night. I don't think he slept much. Justin, hello, are you there?
Morning, Breen. It's been a big week, alright. I didn't get any sleep at all overnight Wednesday night. It was just thunderstorms across 4 states and territories, and they just would not stop.
And where were you? Just tell us again where you were putting all your alerts and everything out so people can maybe get access to them.
Yeah, so it's a company called the Early Warning Network. And so basically it's exactly what it sounds. If there's a thunderstorm heading towards your area, we send out an alert or a severe thunderstorm and you get that. So it prepares you in case there's damaging winds, large hail, heavy rainfall. So it's a great little system to be a part of and sign up to.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, we've got the Bureau of Meteorology here in Brisbane, as we do everywhere. And I've got a tip for you, Justin. They're out of form. You remember when Greg Chappell got 12 ducks in a row that time?
Yes.
I'm putting it in that territory. But anyway, there's been a bit of rain around the last 24 hours. Anything significant?
Yeah, there has been. We've seen some pretty decent falls across, well, a fair chunk of Queensland, but southeast Queensland in particular. We saw some falls over 100 millimetres with bigger rewards picking up 110 millimetres and Monterey Keys 108. Even parts of the Lockyer Valley picked up some pretty handy falls with Gatton 63 and Warrior Highway 51. It's been a little bit patchy in some areas, but it's really nice to see some rainfall in some areas that need it quite desperately.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, this weekend, mate, tell us some good news. Have you got any?
Look, I do have some good news. It's been a little bit showery and some thunderstorms around. We're probably going to see that again this afternoon. It should start to clear the western part of southeast Queensland later on, although if you're at Suncorp Stadium tonight, watch the Broncos, just pack a poncho just in case there still could be a couple of showers around. Now moving into Saturday and Sunday, we should see that activity just ease a little bit. So we're going to see a little bit more sunshine, so if you do need to get the washing done or you're looking to mow the lawns, probably Sunday will be the best day to get out and do it, but if you do get a couple of hours Saturday, I recommend doing that too. Now wind-wise, we may see some gusty afternoon sea breezes from the northeast, particularly Saturday, up to maybe 20-30 kilometres an hour. I know there might be a few people out flying some kites this weekend. So
hang on. The reason you're doing a bit of a wind report is because DeWitt from Kalanga says, Neil, please ask Justin to add a wind forecast to his weather report. There's thousands of kiteboarders that need 12 knots or more to be able to get out and have a good session. But this is a la carte weather, okay? A la carte weather. Keep going, Justin.
I just like to please everyone, Brady.
I can't please anyone. Anyway, keep going.
So I think for that type of weather, it looks like Saturday afternoon may be the best. Could be sort of 15 knots across the coastal fringe.
Okay.
Anywhere from the Sunshine Coast down to the Gold Coast. Maybe a little bit stronger at times, perhaps. That will probably ease off a little bit more into Sunday morning and then pick up again in the afternoon. So hopefully if they are out and about doing that, hopefully it's just the right conditions for those guys to get out and fly those guys.
Okay, I mentioned this yesterday. It was the 10-year anniversary of that big Japan earthquake, Fukushima. We know everything, all the fallout, but it's a milestone for weather watchers like yourself.
Yeah, it's been 10 years since that. The first images and footage that came out of there was horrific scenes impacting Tohoku there in Japan, and that catastrophic tsunami that moved through, and obviously, yeah, it led to the Fukushima nuclear disaster, which I think they're still dealing with today. So it's a massive anniversary.
No, I was a huge fan. Justin.
Yeah, it was. It happened quite shocking.
Did it happen on a Friday afternoon Australian time? I was editing a newspaper at the time, and I remember sitting there, and as it was occurring, I was sitting there on a Friday afternoon going, oh my goodness, between now and Sunday, because I was editing Sunday Telly, we got a massive amount of work to do, because this, you could tell it was seismic and enormous, the damage.
Yeah, it was. It was really quite scary seeing some of the scenes that came out of there, and I just, every so often I still watch some of the YouTube video. I don't know if you've seen the one where the actual container ships are being moved from side to side and smashing up against the ground and all that. It was just staggering footage. It really was.
Okay,
scary, Mother Nature.
Yeah, it sure is. Hey, Justin, have a great weekend. Thanks, mate, for all the updates on the weekend weather and everything, mate.
Will do. You too, Brenny. Have a great one.
This is Breakfast with Neil Breen on 4BC.
Okay, I've got 5 more tonight's game. Brisbane Broncos, Parramatta Eels, Suncorp Stadium. I don't have any more vouchers for Broncos League Club. as a lucky winner earlier, but these are double tickets to give away for tonight's game. I'll take the first 5 callers. 131873. It's 23 after 8. Let's check the roads.
Traffic. Listen to Money News Monday to Thursday night from 7 on 4BC.
The 3 got heavy traffic back to the Pacific. Northbound through Underwood, Centenary Highway inbound through Camira, then Stamler to Jindalee, and the Western Freeway outbound through Fig Tree Pocket. I'm Olympia Kwiatkowski on Brisbane's traffic leader 4BC 1116. With Beaumont Tiles Be Visual Live app, you really can try 8% off your floor tiles. Beaumont's live visualizer and 28% off. You'll be happy you chose Beaumont. Our pets can do no wrong, even when they're doing wrong.
4, 3, 2, and you're still here. Which is why brands like these choose radio. You see, every impression you pay for makes an impression. There's no countdown, stop, fast forward, or skip button. Your message is guaranteed to get through. And right now,
especially with hearing loss linked to other health issues like dementia. At Orca, we specialise in personal hearing health that's tailored to you. Visit orca.com.au to book your free hearing health check. Be hearing healthy with Orca. Free hearing health check available to adults aged 26 or over. Have Spotlight or Windows when you make it. Save a massive 50% off the entire range of Righty Ready to Hang curtains and 50% off the entire range of Righty Ready to Hang blinds. So you can cool it, block it, and trade it for less. Exclusions apply. And Spotlight is what you make it.
Save up to 55% off Sealy Posturepedic exquisite discontinued floor-top mattresses and ensembles now at Harvey Norman. Now's the time to upgrade your mattress and support Australian-made manufacturing. Plus, purchase for 60 months interest-free and receive a bonus gift card up to the value of $500. Minimum finance amount $1,000 for customers only. 60 for monthly payments. Interest applies. If you do not comply with terms and conditions, fees exclusions apply. Save up to Harvey Norman.
You're listening to Breakfast with Neil Green on Brisbane's 4BC.
It's 26 after 8. Alfie writes in from Bedford. He says, Neil, P-plate means phone. It's a young girl. She's probably on the phone texting. How do police have phone cameras and record offenders but not prosecute? Surely that makes them liable if they don't take action. Alfie?
Nope.
Yeah, well, they're going to start finding people.
Hey, Church. Hey, Brian.
But can I just make a point, Alfie?
Nah, that takes the guy, buddy.
Young boys on the road are texting just as much as young girls. I can tell you that is an
But no on a
actual
text.
fact. Yes, I'm going to go to Elizabeth now from Upper Malcrabat because I gave away, well, I'm giving away those 5 double passes for the Broncos. Hey, Elizabeth.
Hi, Neil.
So you're off to the Broncos
Hey, Kathy.
Yep.
Oh,
Just can't read the
beautiful
screen
stuff.
really good. I
And
should really
who
be
do you
reading
take
it.
with you?
I'm taking my father.
Oh, really? What's your dad's name?
Ian.
Ian, where does he live?
Orderly.
Alderley. So you're on Upper
Signal
Malcrabat.
shouldn't drop out anymore.
You're going to meet the middle.
Yep.
Yeah, good stuff. How do you get there from the Upper Malcrabat? You get the, is there a bus hub that goes from as far out as Upper Malcrabat that takes you?
Yeah, Garden City.
Oh, it's Garden City. Yeah, of course. Garden City and the bus goes straight there. Absolutely fantastic. Okay, good stuff. What's happening in Upper Malcrabat today?
Taking shopping and...
That's what you got to do, Elizabeth.
No,
Okay, just get there.
this is rough work as well.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Bring the rubbish
all enjoyed the Brisbane Broncos tonight. They're playing against the Parramatta Eels in the NRL season opener. Steve from Little Mountain Right City says, to Michael's point, this is about bikes. Stop access for motorbikes zigzagging between stationary cars to get to the front of the lights. I do too. I just don't like it. I really don't like it, and I hate it. I hate it when mopeds do it. There was a kid the other day. He had t-shirt, shorts on, sand shoes, and nudging around me and going past my car, and I thought, kid, honestly, mate, if you get knocked over, your skin will be torn off and the muscles will be torn off down to the bone and you'll never recover.
For a safe and supportive community, take a look at Ballycara's Village of Friends, located at Scarborough on the beautiful Redcliffe Peninsula. Tour times are by appointment only to ensure your health and well-being. For the village community you've been looking for, call Ballycara today on 1300 272 222 or go to ballycara.com.
Join Bill McDonald from 6 a.m. for weekend breakfast on Brisbane's 4BC.
Allay concerns about AstraZeneca jab. Another COVID hub opens in Queensland and the key to reducing your risk of car theft. It's 8:30. Good morning, I'm Stephanie MacDonald. Infectious disease experts say the evidence suggests the AstraZeneca COVID vaccine is safe despite some European countries temporarily suspending their rollouts. Denmark, Iceland and Norway have put a short pause on distribution because of reports about blood clots in some recipients. The European Medicines Agency says there is no evidence of a link to population. Meantime, a 7th COVID vaccine hub is going online in Queensland today. The latest hub will be at Redcliffe Hospital. Hubs have already One will launch in Mackay on Monday. Large house parties are less than 24 hours away, with COVID restrictions to ease further in Queensland tomorrow. Jared Braybrook reports.
More restrictions are being lifted in Queensland from 1 a.m. tomorrow. Up to 100 people will be able to gather in a home, double the current limit. While outdoors, groups of up to 500 can get together. 6 people will be able to get into a lift at any one given time. And families can start making camping plans for the Easter holidays. Grounds will no longer be limited to 1 person per 2 square metres. In Brisbane, Jared Braybrook, 9 News.
More than 500 fighting roosters have been seized in Sydney. RSPCA inspectors and police have been investigating an illegal cockfighting syndicate in the Greater Sydney area. Prince William has become racism. Meghan concerns about what colour her son Archie's skin might be before he was born. UK correspondent Adam Gilchrist says the prince answered questions from reporters as he walked into a London school, denying the family is racist.
It shows this has got to them. The fact that very senior royal will do 2 off-the-cuff remarks to a reporter just shouting questions from a few yards away.
Queensland's drivers are being urged to think about where they're leaving their car keys to prevent theft. RECQ has released new research revealing 70% of Queenslanders admit to storing their keys in easy-to-steal places, including inside their vehicle. Spokesperson Kirsty Clinton says they've received more than 3,500 insurance claims for stolen cars in the past 3 years.
A lot of our car thefts at the moment are short-term car thefts, so the vehicle is being recovered a short time later, possibly after being taken for a joyride. This could be because the car's been left unlocked, maybe the windows were down, and passers-by just see the opportunity to take it for a ride, and that's why it's been stolen.
And Australian researchers suggest doctors should consider waiting to cut the umbilical cords of premature babies. A review of 42 trials has found improved outcomes for preterm children if doctors waited a minute to clamp the cord. It's 27 to 9.
Sport. Join John Stanley for 9, Monday to Thursday from 8 on 4BC.
The Melbourne Storm began life in the post-Cameron Smith era with a win last night to open the NRL season. The Storm defeated South 26 to 18.
There's 2 games tonight. Suncorp Stadium is the venue for when the Broncos begin life in the Kevin Walters era, when they take on the Parramatta Eels. Also this evening, the Knights are at home to the Bulldogs. North Queensland Cowboys begin their NRL campaign tomorrow night away to Penrith. Co-captain Michael Morgan has told Wide World of Sports he's happy with the squad assembled for the season on paper, but they have to put it together on the field.
I think it's a very strong team. You know, when you look at the team on paper, but we've had a pretty strong team on paper the last couple of years as well. So, again, it doesn't just happen for us. But look, I'm confident in the work we've done over the pre-season.
Full time in this morning's Europa League matches. Having a look at how the Premier League teams fared. Tottenham beat Zagreb 2-0. Arsenal overcame Olympiacos 3-1. And Manchester United drew with AC Milan 1-1. That's sport. I'm Peter Basoltis, 25 and a half to 9.
Keep your home or business safe and secure all year round with Allcom Security. Allcom 3M Security Film provides security.
Brisbane, Argyle Jewelers are celebrating the opening of their brand new store in Westfield, Carindale. Celebrate with us, spending an either out Garden City or Carindale store for 1 more week, and you'll be in the draw to win an Argyle Pink Diamond pendant valued at over $7,000. We're showcasing the biggest range of pink diamond jewelry, blue pink, natural gemstones, and our stunning range of diamonds. For an individual design, it has to be Argyle Jewelers, Westfield Garden City, and now open at Westfield Carindale.
Weather thanks to Alex Gal Funerals, family owned for 5 generations.
It's cloudy today, chance of showers and a thunderstorm. Brisbane a top of 28, Bayside 27, Ipswich 30, and the Gold Coast 27, the Sunshine Coast 28. Partly cloudy tomorrow, 29, currently 24 at Amberley, 24 at Archerfield and 24 in Brisbane. There'll be more news at 9 on your news leader for BC 1116.
We all know that pre-arranging their own funeral makes real sense, but knowing the right people to talk to can make all the difference. Alex Gow Funerals are the pre-planning experts, guaranteeing you get exactly what you want. Alex Gow Funerals, family funeral care since 1840.
Connect with Brisbane's 4BC online at 4bc.com.au. Listen live, watch live, have your say, and download podcasts of your favourite show. Log on now, 4bc.com.au. People you know, opinions that matter, you can trust. This is 4BC Breakfast with Neil Green.
Plenty of time for your calls this half hour, 131873.
On 4BC Breakfast with Neil Green, Great Queenslander.
Our Great Queenslander today is one of the most unique guests I've ever had on the show. Her name is Beck Polston. She also has a stage name, Beckster. That is how you say it, rhymes with Texter, Beckster. She's a DJ turned researcher at the University of Queensland and has used her knowledge of beats and music to understand brain networks and hearing in baby fish. She started her DJing career back in 1993 and was one of Australia's first and best female DJs, touring the country and internationally countless times. She supported big names, big-time names like York, Fatboy Slim, and Prodigy, to name a few. You've got to be the real deal to be supporting them. She's now turned her attention to study as a final year PhD student at the and she's on the line now. Good morning to you, Beth.
Good morning, thanks for having me.
Oh, it's an absolute pleasure. So, the DJing work is going to...
Well,
neuroscience as a hobby, and an opportunity came up for a scholarship that involved auditory processing and neuroscience. So I was combining all of my passions, and I was lucky enough to get the scholarship, and here I am in the fourth year.
You're in the fourth year now. Did you study after you finished high school, or did the music scene, you get wrapped up in that? Like, did you have to go back and complete the studies to get into a PhD?
A little bit, yeah. I did a Bachelor of Music at the Conservatorium at Griffith University.
Yeah.
So my training was in music production, sound engineering, that sort of thing. And then I started my DJ career, and then once I had my son, I started studying again during that time.
So when was that? When was that you started studying again?
That was about 6 years ago.
Yeah.
7 years ago now. And I did a master's in research, and I'm still in love with research as well. It's such a wonderful thing to do, and I've just gone on this new journey.
It's amazing. Tell us about DJing to baby fish. Are we overblowing this, or is this what you actually do?
Okay, well, I have done it.
You have done it?
And so it's not always music. It has been, like we did play MC Hammer to the fish. But what we're looking at is something a little bit more simple. So we have to step back and look at fish hearing and, what can they hear, how do they process sound. And we do that by looking at baby fish that are small enough so we can see their whole brain under the microscope. And we can see all the neurons lighting up when they respond to different sounds.
So you play MC Hammer's You Can't Touch This to the fish?
Yes, I do.
Why that song?
Well, I've done all my experiments and data analysis and things for the paper that was out last week. And I followed MC Hammer on Twitter, and he's a science buff.
Yeah.
And at the end of the project, we're like, we should play some music. And so, it came up that MC Hammer would probably be interested, and wouldn't it be funny we played that, and he retweeted it. So, the paper or the video of the fish responding to his song.
Yeah.
And so that's how it happened. And he ended up following me and retweeting it and tweeting the paper. And
that's amazing.
What did you say, MC Hammer to a fish?
Yeah. Well, it was a bit of a theme song of my mates and I back in the late 80s, but we're not going to go there. Hey, so MC Hammer, did it get you a lot of hits and a bit of notoriety on social media because he retweeted it? He's such a big figure.
Yeah, it was something I wasn't expecting, to be honest. It was just, because it started off as a little bit of fun, and it is interesting seeing our brain respond to music. In all seriousness, it'd be nice to play a few more tracks.
Yeah, for sure.
Different types of music,
Yeah.
The attention that the radio got was very much a surprise.
Hey, why is it important to test a fish for hearing? What are you trying to find out?
We use the zebrafish as a model because we can see the whole brain and we can see the individual cells firing. So it's a really good model as a starting point for fundamental research. And we can look at how this relates, because a lot of the brain regions that do auditory processing in fish can be linked to brain regions in humans.
Yeah.
So it can inform our research on other animal models and humans as well.
Yeah. But you're still DJing, is that right?
Yes.
You got a show tomorrow night. Tell us about it at the Triffid in Newstead.
Yes. So it's like classic dance. I play for these guys all the time, and the gig's called Trance Central. So there's some other DJs from the 90s and 2000s, and we just play classic trance, and most of the time these things sell out, and they're just a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Did we just actually have a crowd in front of us this time?
Oh, yeah, 'cause it's been so long. It's been so long. So what would be the average age of the crowd? I'm just worried about sending some of our listeners there to listen to the classic trance for a few hours.
It's actually really good because it's a wide range. So it's people, a lot of people who went clubbing in the 90s. So we've got a lot of people in their 30s and 40s.
Yeah.
But it also attracts some of the younger people as well, which is nice because then they get to hear music that may not be played in other clubs.
Yeah, what was going on back in the day. Rightio. Now, I'm not sure that you said classic trance, right?
Yes.
I'm not sure that this song is going to make it into your set list tomorrow night, right? Tomorrow night. But we're going to rename this song You Can't Touch Fish. Thanks so much for joining us, Beck Paulson. Well done to what you did, marrying up different careers, going back at a later age and doing such great research. And let's party on out on this Friday morning.
Thanks for having me.
You can't touch this YouTube. I turn the friggin' music down. But nothing to talk about, I don't think. White puffy clouds. Waiting for an idiot on the road to do something. On the highway. Heading Brisbane way, if you know where Brisbane is. Probably got another, maybe another hour and a half of driving, maybe a little bit less. Then another 2 hours back through peak hour, maybe, I don't know. See what happens. Fire evergreen. That's what it takes, buddy. All those blue clouds, or white clouds, blue clouds. Might be in for some rain today. The other day, didn't get much. About 30 k's up the road, I think they got like 63 mils. Speed limit's 100 kilometers an hour.
It's only 60 monthly payments. Interest applies. Apply terms and conditions. Fees exclusions apply. Stay up to 55% off daily pocket heating instruments and discontinued floor stock mattresses and ensembles now at Harvey Norman.
You're listening to Breakfast with Neil Green on Brisbane's ABC.
Colin and I, Pinky right here.
Brisbane. Brisbane.
Colton playing MC Hammer to the fish. He said he should play the theme from Jaws to the fish. Oh, that's terrible. Hey, on a more serious note, boy, oh boy, have I been blown away from you on the feedback about roads.
Peak hours over in about 10 minutes. But there might be some traffic on this freeway. I'm going to turn left.
He's a motorbike rider. Matt, how are you?
Yeah, not bad.
It's a Tenery highway.
Oh, thank you, mate. And we're not piling on to motorbike riders today. You know, you see them on the road and 99.9% of them do the right thing. Like anything in life though, man, isn't it?
Well, it is. I mean, I try to be responsible. I do lane split, and the reason being is it's much safer. I mean, I come from Morrisville, and heading down that highway, there's accidents like rear-enders all the time, and sometimes when the traffic is stationary, it's safer to get in the middle, because if you're sitting there with sun in your eyes, and the amount of people I come across on the phone, and if you're sitting behind a car and those people are on the phone, they're not going to, you know, they're not paying attention, and it's nothing for us to go straight under another car or something like that.
Hey, Matt, so Matt, you ride from where to where every day on your motorbike?
Most days from Morrisville to Eagle Farm.
Oh, okay, good stuff.
Yes.
Mate, can you tell me, because you're on a motorbike, you would get a bird's eye look into the cabin of nearly every car, if you want to, that you drive past, and you mentioned phones then, tell everyone how rampant phone use on the highway or anywhere is in cars.
Yeah,
mine's in a cradle. That's the law.
I mean, it's part of a natural defence thing to keep them going, but I'd say every 3 to 4 cars, there's people on their phones.
Are you joking me?
Yeah, and I can actually tell you, I've had 3 vertebrae moved at Wynnum Road, where going through Norman Parkway, I haven't been able to lane split because there's pretty tight lanes through there. Yeah. So I've done the right thing and sat in traffic. I've actually been hit. My bike went under the car, under the front of the van, all because he was trying to send a text message.
Yeah, pretty much the capital. Yeah.
It's the thing where I know people think that you know,
I think it's about at least probably a bit more than 2 million people live in Brisbane.
I mean, you only have to see us one
Maybe a bit more. Yeah.
As long as you can see us, and we're not going, you know, we've got plenty of time to stop. It shouldn't be.
Well, I'm sort of heading up the Sunshine Coastway, but I've got to go through sort of Brisbane to get there.
Thanks so much for your call to 12187.
I could have went the other way around all the big dams and stuff, but they don't have signal. Only the highways got cell signals. Well, we call it mobile phones here in Australia, not cells. Or mobile phone towers. It's not a cell phone, it's just a phone, it's a mobile phone.
Well, I've got a Mazda 3, it's about 4 years old, and basically we have indicators in the mirror if anybody is at the rear within 20 metres of you.
There's a bit of traffic ahead because the speed limit's dropped down to 60 kilometres an hour from 100.
If that doesn't get somebody to look before they move, then to be honest, those people are
It's probably right at the end of this highway. So many people not doing the speed limit.
You and your Malula bar prawns and your Noosa Surf Club driving us all crazy.
You know, I'm actually heading back to work today. Thanks, mate. Thanks for making me feel bad.
No worries. Tell us about road safety, mate. What's on your mind?
Well, actually, but firstly, it'd be acceptable to wear hammer pants these days, the way fashion's going, wouldn't it? Like MC Hammer pants. These days.
Not the MC Hammer. Hey, mate, at East Rugby Union in 1988, the 4th grade team.
Here we go, car park time.
And they called themselves
car park time on a friggin' highway.
And they embroidered on their grand final.
What's the point of having a highway?
MC Tiger, you can't touch this. It was disgraceful. They're dancing to MC Hammer.
Yeah, and I was just talking about things you see on the road, like people eating and that, distractions and all that. Like, it's no good, is it? Like,
mate, it's no good. It's no good.
Just one sec. Can I, you know, a medium cheeseburger, a large Coke, and yeah, thanks, mate. Oh, sorry, Greenie.
Mate, if you're getting Macca's, listen, if you're getting Macca's at 6.5 minutes to 9 in the morning, you're getting a sausage and egg McMuffin in a McMuffin meal with a hash brown and a medium-sized flat white with skim, and you're dropping it off to Cannon Hill.
Thanks, Paul. Have a good weekend, mate.
Have a good weekend, Shane. Enjoy the rugby league, mate. Yeah, almost. There he is, Shane from Budger. He's a very, very funny man, Shane. He writes emails to us every day. And he cracks jokes about items during the news. He's got a great sense of humour. He's also an Indigenous fella, Shane, and he writes me quite considered and long emails from both sides of the fence on the issues around Australia Day and everything, and understanding all the issues, and he's an absolutely terrific fellow. Let's check the roads now with Olympia at 6 to 9.
Traffic, join Scott Emerson for Drive weekdays from 3 on Brisbane's 4BC.
That crash is now cleared from Coronation Drive westbound of the city, but traffic is still quite heavy back to the Pacific motorway to Woolloongabba. Past the side rail of the Bruce Highway northbound, right lane about a kilometre, past Steve Irwin Way in Beerburn, with delays back to Olimba. And there's a broken down ute partially in the left lane on the Paradise Road westbound off-ramp from the Logan motorway in Larapinta. I'm Olympia Kwiatkowski on Brisbane's traffic leader, 4BC 1116.
At Spotlight or Windows, what do you make it? Save a massive 50% off the entire range of Riley ready-to-hang curtains and 50% off the entire range of Riley ready-to-hang blinds. So you can cool it, block it and shade it for less. Exclusions apply. Spotlight is what you make it.
$100 off promotion on the famous Silk Auto retractable hose from Aussie Hoses. It's back. No more wrestling with messy, tangled garden hoses. 1 click and the 20-metre hose retracts quickly and easily into its housing. It couldn't be simpler. Every home needs one. Right now, Aussie Hoses will deliver and install the auto hose.
Sometimes there's a radar around the corner here on the left. So you always got to do 80 k's around this corner. Just in case. It usually sits here and peek out. No, it's not here.
Unbelievable. The auto hose comes with a
Probably there on the way back.
Now available in 25 and 30 metre models. Call now 1300 384 165. 1300 384 165. Head to AussieHoses1word.com.au. Here's the number, 1300 384 165. And I can tell you when they put it in my house, right, they did. They came and gave me one, which is very generous of them. They replaced the tap. The tap was busted. That's the sort of job they do.
Why haven't you heard of a brand utility vehicle until now? Introducing the all-new 8-seat Kia Carnival with a bold and modern SUV-inspired design, class-leading tech, and advanced safety features. Don't compromise on space.
Should be able to get a view of the Brisbane city at the end of this highway for a very short time of the skyline. Maybe I should, on the way back, stop at Mount Cootha. It's like a mountain part lookout. You can see all over Brisbane. I'll give you a look on the way back if I don't forget. Seeing I come past here. Yeah, I'll do it on the way back. I'll have more time to do it. Where all the tourists go up.
Titan tiny houses too. Jump online at titangarages.com.au or call 1327 36 for the tightest placement in EU. You'll be lucky you got a Titan. Now you be lucky you got a Titan.
You're listening to 4BC Breakfast with Neil Breen. Book your initial 15-minute hearing check for free at specsavers.com.au/hearing.
2.5 to 9, yes. Someone just got in my ear and said, don't forget the WA election tomorrow night. Yeah, the West Australian election. I haven't even bothered with it because old mate Mark McGowan, who shut the joint down, he's going to win by the length of a straight. He's going to win that election by so far. Like, I think counting, it'll be 9 o'clock our time. Will it be 9 o'clock our time? Fair income. I think it'll be on Sky. You can watch it. And it'll be all over at 10 past. All over Red Rover. So many great emails today. I got, morning Neil, my old man has a Lexus. It has a feature in the side mirror. The light comes on when another vehicle's in the blind side. That's right. Cam, we've been talking about that. My wife's car's got that as well. Very, very handy. James says I've had a lot of motorbikes driving up the middle of my vehicle and the other vehicle as well. So people are writing in about this issue of road safety and they take it very, very seriously. I've got all these emails here. Thanks so much for writing to me today. Have a great weekend when you get out there and enjoy the weather in and around this great southeast of ours.
Don't forget that after 9 every day, Ray Hadley is on with his show. We've had a great week, lots of news around. I want to thank my team, Ash, Steve, Paul and Karen, even though Steve is giving himself...
It's actually not too bad at the end of the highway here.
Runaway Bay.
Coming up to Mount Cootha. There'll be a big graveyard up here and the skyline of Brisbane. See if you'll be able to see some of the tall buildings maybe. Get it up a bit like that. On the right hand side, middle sort of thing. Turn around this corner. You'll get a better view up the hill, mountain up here. Wasn't a very good view. When I come back, I will take out Mount Cootha. I'll come back to this roundabout and turn up there to Mount Cootha on the left.
In his bulletin, New South Wales top cop faces a grilling. Government's confident AstraZeneca jab is safe, and Prince William's response to racism claims. It's 9 o'clock. Good morning, I'm Stephanie MacDonald. The New South Wales Police Commissioner says he's had no conversations with the Prime Minister about the investigation into rape allegations made against Special Attorney General Christian Porter. Christian Maynard reports.
Commissioner Fuller was informed that his office is investigating a historic sexual assault case involving allegations against Attorney General Christian Porter early last year.
Cemetery on the left.
Information from anyone in politics. He's also been quizzed about why a formal statement was not taken from the complainant. Mr. Fuller says investigators were not able to travel to Adelaide because of COVID. When asked why a statement could not be taken by video, he's explained in historic cases, statements made in person are stronger in terms of withstanding scrutiny. Commissioner said the complainant should talk with that process as they come to May 9 News.
A Moreton Bay man is set to appear in court accused of having sexual conversations with children overseas.
Probably go for a walk through there one day.
Created a Caboolture home in January after receiving a tip-off from US authorities. They seized a laptop and desktop computer belonging to a 59-year-old man. He was using Facebook to engage in sexual chats with 2 children in the Philippines. He's due to front the Pine Rivers Magistrates Court today and face a maximum penalty of 10 years behind bars. In Brisbane, Jared Braybrook, 9 News.
The federal government is warning against the knee-jerk reactions to potential problems with the AstraZeneca COVID vaccine. Denmark, Iceland and Norway have suspended the use of the jab after reports of people developing blood clots. But Senior Government Minister Peter Dutton has told Today there's strong evidence the vaccine is safe.
I just think cool heads need to prevail here. Let's look at the advice of the scientists. We have the best doctors in the world. They have gone through all of the tests and trials. We were told to rush it. We've not rushed it. We'll look at all of the evidence, and if there's a problem, the government responds very quickly.
Another AstraZeneca COVID vaccine hub is coming online in Queensland today. Redcliffe Hospital is the latest hub to be launched in the Sunshine State, joining Brisbane, Rockhampton, Ipswich, Bundaberg, Logan and Toowoomba in administering the jab. A hub will launch in Mackay on Monday. And the Duke of Cambridge is rejecting racism allegations levelled at the royal family. Karianne Greenbank reports from the UK.
Prince William has defended the royal family against Harry and Meghan's claims of racism in the first public comment by senior royals since the Oprah interview aired. While on a tour of a school in London, the Duke of Cambridge said the royal family is very much not a racist family, and said he hadn't spoken to his brother Harry since the interview, but intended to do so. It comes days after a statement from the Queen aimed at calming tensions after the couple's explosive claims. In London, Karianne Greenbank, 9 News.
It's 9:03.
Sport. Brisbane weekends are better with Spencer Houghton from 9 a.m. on 4BC.
Wayne Bennett has questioned his side's commitment in the Rabbitohs' 26-18 loss to the Storm in the NRL season opener last night. Melbourne took control of the contest in the first half, racing out to a 22-0 lead.
and it says they were out enthused.
And they wanted more than we did. Please for 30 minutes, and then we just, self-destructed again. We give ourselves a chance to win with 10 minutes to go. We just did all the stupid things.
Tonight, the Brisbane Broncos are at home at Suncorp Stadium and they take on Parramatta. Kickoff is just after 7 o'clock. Also this evening, the Knights are at home to the Bulldogs. That game getting underway 5 o'clock Queensland time. In the Europa League this morning, full time in games involving the Premier League teams. Tottenham beat Zagreb 2-0. Arsenal beat Olympiacos 3-1. Manchester United and AC Milan drew 1-1. Sergio Garcia started a 7-under par 65 to lead during the opening round of the Players' Championship. The Spaniard leads by 2. That's sport. I'm Peter Basoldas. It's 4.5 after 9.
Pardon?
Sorry? Huh?
What? Pardon?
Sorry? Huh?
What? Tired of living with the pardon, sorry, huh, and what? Then it's time to stop ignoring the what. Especially with hearing loss linked to other health issues, like dementia. At Audica, we specialise in personal hearing health that's tailored to you. Visit audica.com.au to book your free hearing health check. Be hearing healthy with Audica. Free hearing health check available to adults aged 26 or over.
Perfect. Get something? Click on audio and stream or download at 4bc.com.au.
There's a crash on the Bruce Highway northbound, blocking the right lane about a kilometre past Cedo and Way in Beerburn with delays back to Alimba. Lights are on flash in New Manto on Warwick Road at Lob Street, also on flash in Daisy Hill and Chatswood Road at John Paul Drive. Pacific Motorway heavy inbound through Wollongabba onto the Captain Cook Bridge onto Coronation Drive after that earlier crash. And Centenary Highways now cleared nicely through Camira and Jindalee. I'm Olympic Kwiatkowski on 4BC.
At Spotlight on windows, what do you make it? Save a massive 50% off the entire range of Righty ready-to-hang curtains and 50% off the entire range of Righty ready-to-hang blinds. So you can cool it, block it, and
in a suburb of Brisbane. Sopa's got to cut through these suburbs to get on a highway.
30, the Gold Coast 27 and the Sunshine Coast 28. Partly cloudy tomorrow, 29 the top. Currently 25 at Amberley, 25 at Archerfield and 25 in Brisbane. There'll be more news at 10 on your news leader 4BC 1116.
if you're looking for a home care provider, you should always compare.
It's actually good to get out for a change instead of being at home all the time. Even though it's just a drive or whatever.
On this Friday morning, just joined by 4BC in Brisbane, 4RO Rockhampton. It's good to be with you again on the Happy Morning Show. We've been for the first hour doing the listeners on 2GB in Sydney, 2CC in Canberra, and stations on the Capital Radio Network, also on the Southern Cross Network. 2 new cases in hotel quarantine in Queensland, no new cases in Victoria, so we're doing particularly well in relation to that. Great news. There is disappointment, of course, about the number of people who we've seen vaccinated. They were talking by the end of this month, being March, of having 4 million done. Unfortunately, it's 125,000 done. Now, this is phase 1A. The first people receiving the vaccine are quarantine border workers, frontline healthcare workers, staff and residential aged care. Now, they're talking about covering, in the first phase, 678,000 people using 1.4 million doses of the Pfizer vaccine. With the government leaving a pretty comfortable margin for error. Well, unfortunately, phase 1A, which concludes at the end of this month, we've only had, at this particular stage, 125,000 of the 678,000 people they wanted to vaccinate vaccinated. And there are the AstraZeneca vaccine. They wanted to get 4 million doses into the country about now. They've got 675,000 or maybe 760,000, but way short of what they thought. So we've had the health authorities say that the timeline to have everyone vaccinated through phase 3 won't be happening by October. Two reasons: we haven't got enough vaccine coming here, and secondly, we're not getting it out there quick enough. Now, people have asked me when the pharmacists become involved in giving the vaccine. That won't happen until phase 2A, and that's available to people in their 60s to 50s, or adult Aboriginal, Torres Strait Island people, and other critical and high-risk workers. It'll cover in total 6.57 million people, use up to 15.8 million doses, and probably be the AstraZeneca vaccine. But because we're not getting the vaccine in the large lump we thought, the problems are obviously significant there in relation to getting all of that done. So we'll wait to see what happens in relation to it, but they need to improve the federal government rather quickly to get that done as they had earlier designed. In the meantime, plenty of people wanting to have their say about a whole range of things. Next time you have Howard Collins on, or some other government guru, could you ask them what a 2.8 metre height has to do with tolling? Most motorhomes are over 2.8, but under 4,000. Well, range it was, and we got Andrew Constance. The government doesn't control what happens inside these publicly run toll roads. They're run by, public companies, and as I've told you many times in the past, Wayne, there is a refund for people towing boats and caravans. There's no such refund coming for motorhomes, and the reason that is because the operators of the toll told the government no. They acceded to the request to give a refund via the government to people towing caravans and also towing boats. Remarkably, it doesn't apply to people, of course, in Queensland. You've got to be a registered New South Wales holder of registration for a caravan, car or boat, as the case may be. But anyway, Wayne, I might just have to put you on the barred list because you keep writing to me about the same thing, and I keep telling you the same thing. 131873 2GB.com if you would like to join us. My father-in-law Warren Christie listens to your show every morning, says Angelique. He works full-time, 5 days a week. He turns 70 today. I'd love to get a mention to him. He lives in Jura. Still, prior to that, 30 years in the New South Wales Police. We do have a birthday planned from our local hotel this Saturday. Angelique, Warren's daughter-in-law, but could you wish him a happy birthday? Well, yes, I can do that. So all the best to you, Warren. Thanks for your support of the program. Many happy returns for today, and have a great celebration. Call from the listener. Remember I told you, and if you weren't with me, I'll remind you, that I got a tip before I started the program that a stack of branches were closing down across Australia, Commonwealth Bank branches. So we went to the Commonwealth Bank this morning, their media department, and said, we'll check. So they came back and they confirmed that not only were Blaney and Molong branches closing down as of the 4th of June, Dungog was closing down as well. I said, any others? No, mostly in regional New South Wales and one or two in a couple elsewhere, but no, that's it. That's all we're closing. So that came as a bit of a shock to Barry, who was at Coogee. Barry phoned him during the news. He said, I got a letter dated the 5th of March. Went back to the Commonwealth Bank and said, what about Waverley? Well, they said the Commonwealth Bank branch at Waverley is currently temporarily closed. But there's a notification last week it will close permanently in April. There's been a 65% drop in foot traffic at the local branch in the last 5 years pre-COVID. So, I mean, someone who's closing branches of the Commonwealth Bank needs to tell their media department what they're doing. Because when we first phoned this morning, no, we don't know anything about it. And I know you've got to keep these things commercially in confidence, but I think your media department need to know about it, so when they do get inquiries from media organisations like us, they can tell us the truth. They didn't lie to us. They said, no, we don't know anything about it. So we do. So if anyone else knows any other branch of the Commonwealth Bank, can you let me know so I can let the media department know? We'll tell them what's happening with head office. So now we know Wavell is joining Blamey, Molong and Dungog as places. I'd imagine there are many choices for people in Waverley to go to another bank. I don't think the same choices exist for people in Molong and Blamey. Bit of news coming through, and it's a dreadful story, this one from the Courier Mail in Brisbane today. The families of two people brutally killed when they were locked inside a toolbox and submerged in a dam say they can finally start to move on after a jury found 3 of the 4 men guilty of their murders, the other bloke guilty of manslaughter. The bodies of Corey Breton and Juliana Triscaroo, 31, were found decomposing in a submerged toolbox in Scrubby Creek, Logan, February 2016. They were seen alive 18 days earlier. Stu Daniels, Trent Michael Thrupp, Davey Malou Jr. Teo and Waylon Nagito, Cowan Walker pleaded not guilty to murder when the trial started. Sobs could be heard from the public gallery yesterday as the verdicts for the 4 men were handed down. The jury deliberated for about 2 hours before handing down guilty verdicts, 2 counts of murder for Daniels, Thrupp and Teo. So we've got 3 of them: Stu Daniels, Trent Michael Thrupp, Davey Malou Jr. Teo, all found guilty of murder. The 4th person, Waylon Nikito Cowan Walker, was found guilty of manslaughter. Not guilty of murder, but guilty of manslaughter. Daniels, Thrupp and Teo were also found guilty of torturing the 4 people, the 28-year-old and the 31-year-old. Every seat in the Brisbane Supreme Court was filled as the verdicts were handed down. During the trial, the court was told Breton and Triscaroo were lured to a unit in Kingston, January 2016, where they were assaulted, tied up. They were then loaded to a large metal box, still screaming and banging on the lid, driven to a lagoon at Scrubby Creek in Logan, dumped in the water. The pathologist had ruled they either died from drowning or asphyxiation. Outside the court, the widow of one of the people involved said she had been able to grieve the loss of her partner for many years due to the court proceedings. During the trial, Leland Harrington, the Crown Star witness and a friend of Breton, told the jury he was present the night the pair died and saw them being attacked with a knife and a pole. After noticing the female had escaped from the box, he raised the alarm, and this led to her being restrained again and placed in the toolbox. The 4 men will be sentenced next Monday. Well, given that in Queensland the maximum is life, but it doesn't really mean life. In Queensland it can mean 18, 19 or 20 years, unless of course it's a murder after murder. In other words, it's a murder you're convicted for after being convicted of an earlier murder, and then the sentence is extended. It would be reprehensible to think that these creatures would be out in society in as early as 17 or 18 years after what they did here, torturing these poor souls and basically locking them in a box and drowning them to death. Just terrible. Now, in relation to rainfall in Brisbane, from 9 o'clock yesterday till 8:30 this morning, Archerfield got 45 millimetres, Rochdale got 60 millimetres, Chandler 52, Goodna 53, Deception Bay 16, the Gold Coast up near Noosa Tewantin got 10 millimetres, North Stradbroke Island, here's one, North Straddy got 101 millimetres. East of Warwick, a place called Carney's Creek, 5 millimetres. Now, I've mentioned earlier that there had been rain in regional parts of Queensland. Out near St George, they got 50 millimetres. Now, I don't know if that was exactly in St George or around St George, but they tell me near St George, 50 millimetres. Roma and Wallumbilla got 56 millimetres, and Gippy, up further north, got 8 millimetres. So significant rainfall in relation to regional parts of Queensland, as we had suggested would happen. And that's good news in those areas, because in most cases they desperately need it. I mentioned to our listeners before the last news bulletin that there's being celebrated this weekend after more than a decade being sidelined. Paul Toole, the Minister, said the widely adored steam locomotive 3801 is returning to passenger services after a $3.5 million New South Wales rail history. From this weekend, 3801 will offer customers the chance to go back in time with regular one-hour shuttle rides to Paddington Central Station. No other steam engine in Australia has captured the imagination of rail enthusiasts and the public as much as 3801. So there's an exciting opportunity for many people across New South Wales to take a trip on the state's most iconic steam locomotive. It starts a new chapter in the life of this historic and much-loved locomotive. But it's not just this weekend they're celebrating, because while it's doing hourly runs from Central, and you can obviously get involved in that by going to the website, the Regional Transport Roads website for the New South Wales Government, just Google 3801 and you'll get the details there. Wagga Wagga, Junee, the Blue Mountains, and then towns in western and northern New South Wales sharing the magic of the steam era right across the state. Now, the 3801 was first, of course, launched in 1943. It instantly changed the image of the New South Wales Railways with its streamlined Art Deco style. It made its first journey from Central in 1943, operated an express passenger locomotive and later a freight locomotive, being formally withdrawn from service back in 1962. Now, this is the website you need to go to if you want to be there on the weekend, or, of course, into the future. It's thnsw.com.au/3801. So it's thnsw.com.au/3801. That's where you get all the details there. Now it'll depart Central, Platform 2, for its inaugural trip with the Governor of New South Wales and Minister at 10:41 this morning, so in about 20 minutes from now. The train will break through a banner as it leaves the station, accompanied by a vintage electric train along the journey to Rhodes. The 3801 is back. Okay. Let's have a look at other branches that are closing, because I've got a stack of phone calls. Let's go through them one by one. First of all, Ian's there. G'day, Ian.
G'day, Ray.
Where is your branch closing?
Narrabeen.
Narrabeen. When did you find out about that?
Well, I've got the letter here in front of me. I got it on Monday. It was dated the 26th of February, and the heading was the Combank Narrabeen branch will close permanently. The letter came from the Customer Service Network, DY Town Centre, Pittwater Road, DY.
Okay,
and they started off saying that the Narrabeen branch temporarily closed last year in response to the coronavirus pandemic, so our people could support our customers where they needed us most, in our Australian-based call centres. Then it goes on to talk about the changing needs of banking and all that sort of thing, what you can do and what you can't do.
Blah, 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 blah. Okay. This time from Queensland. Let's go and see what's happened in this part of the world. G'day, Ian.
G'day, Ray. Look, I'm in Bundaberg in Queensland. We've got two Commonwealth banks. Last year, middle of the pandemic, the one in received notice. The one that and it's just rubbish.
It's rubbish. I think the CEO needs to explain this to his customers. Because we've tried to, thank you for your call, Ian and Bundaberg, we've tried to be fair to the Commonwealth Bank. So when we got the tip this morning from a listener that the branches were closing in Blaney and Molong, they said quite clearly, in fact, I said over 100, they said there was 170 branches Australia-wide are closing. So we went to the media department and said, branches closing, 100, no. In fact, I'll get their exact response in a moment or two, because I think they mentioned, as well as Blaney and Molong, Dungog. Now we can add to the list the branch at Narrabeen, the branch at Waverley in Sydney, and one of two branches in Bundaberg, the one in the Stockland Shopping Centre, has been permanently closed as well. So, I want to give them an opportunity to explain themselves, and that opportunity will be afforded to the CEO. But the first thing he needs to do is pick up the phone and talk to the media department and tell them what he's doing so that they don't mislead the media. And I'm not suggesting they did it deliberately. They did it through a lack of knowledge. We've told them more about branch closures than they knew about. And that's just not the way it's done. If you're going to close branches, whether it's 7, 100 or 170, you need to let the media department of your company know. What we've got from them, the Commonwealth Bank, they're set to announce today 4 branches will close across the country. 3 of them in New South Wales, Dungog, Blaney and Molong. Well, I can for this for the media department, that Bundaberg Stockland Shopping Centre is closing and is already closed. Already closed is the one at Narrabeen, already closed the one at Waverley. So we've gone from 4 in the space of 30 minutes to 7. And we're way down on 170, but I feel sure I'll get other calls from other listeners telling me their local branch is closed as well. In most cases, Bundaberg included, give your custom to them. But in regional centres, be it Dungog, Blaney or Molong, there's not that opportunity. I mean, the Commonwealth Bank, when it was in Commonwealth hands, was the bank that the people virtually stuck with. And they, you know, there was a Commonwealth Bank branch just about everywhere because it was the Bank of the Commonwealth. It's no longer the case, of course. It's a commercial operation. I understand all of that. But it sounds to me like the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing. So it's particularly important that the CEO or one of his minions lets the media department know exactly what's going on, because already this morning in half an hour we've gone from them confirming 4, we're up to 7, and more calls coming in about other branches closing. And what the question needs to be answered by the CEO, Mr. Kamen. He has to say how many branches he intends closing this year, and whether they're COVID related or whether it's profit related. What's it all about? Why are we closing Commonwealth Bank branches? People used to bank on the Commonwealth. It appears they're not banking on the Commonwealth anymore. 131873 is that open line number, 2gb.com, 4bc.com.au if you would like to join us. Now, that weather for regional stations and those in 4BC listening areas in Brisbane, they're talking about a shower or two today in Brisbane, up to 8 millimetres of rain. I'll check the rain radar in a moment and see where it's coming from. But a top of 28 in Brisbane, 27 at the airport, 28 Bay Desert, 30 at Ipswich, Logan 28, Wynnum Manly 27, 28 Redcliffe, Gold Coast 27, Sunshine Coast 28. Tomorrow Saturday, light rain and 29 and hardly any in Brisbane, 31 and sunny on Sunday. Showers on Monday and up to 20 millimetres of rain with a top of 30. Rockhampton, a possible shower and 30. It's been warm at Rocky recently. Gympie, a shower or 2, possible storm of 31. And more rain for regional Queensland, looking at the weather map right there. The way the open line board's filling up, it appears I'll have more than 7 shortly in terms of the Commonwealth Bank, people telling me which branches are closing, and we'll add to the list and give it back to the Commonwealth Bank media department and tell them exactly what's happening at their own bank. 131873, 2gb.com. You can email me those things as well. Email those details. By the way, I mentioned that if you're involved in multiple murders, in Queensland it can be 30 years. Now, given 2 people have been killed, perhaps these 3 people convicted yesterday of murder, the 2 poor souls, can be given 30 years as opposed to 17 or 18 years, but we'll confirm all the details there. It was my understanding that if you murdered someone and then you murdered someone later, well then it's 30-year apply, but perhaps I'm wrong. Maybe if it's and that's a multiple murder, it goes to 30 years straight away, but we'll find out that in the near future. It's 28 past 10, past 9 in Queensland.
If you haven't been there, you haven't seen it. That's Queensland's most awarded tile showroom. Qualified interior designers using their 3D drawings. The largest range of luxury tiles, open 7 days. Ring up Tiles, 104 Gympie Road, Strathmine.
people after a giver. They take the time to understand you, tailoring their advice and solutions to your life and ensuring you didn't realise you weren't. Eligible pensioners under the Hearing Services Program given 3 device choices to choose from that are free. Hearing Australia, discover the secret to celebrating the sounds of your life. Call their number. It's 134-432 or place to 134 here. That's 134-432. Or go to the website hearing.com.au and visit one of their Australian hearing centres. The Hearing Australia centres are right across the place. Find out where. Hearing.com.au.
Located right on
the toilet. Be back in a sec.
about that. What you can possibly do is go along the M2 until the Penrith has the Windsor Road exit, as opposed to Penn Hills Road, and then come back the other way. So that's the best we can do for you at the moment. Okay. Lee is on the mid-north coast of New South Wales. Bellinger, in fact. Lee, what can you tell me?
Oh, hi, Ray. Yeah, we have a local social media page here, and everyone is up in arms in our little town because the Bellinger Commonwealth branch is closing as well. So,
10 now. Bellinger's gone. Okay.
So Bellinger will be gone. I can't give you the exact date, but I do know they're closing, and as you know, there's not much between us and Cost, so the only branch we've got, it is probably 50 k's away to get into a Commonwealth Bank, yeah.
All the way from Bellinger to Cost. I don't know that there's one in Maxwell, so you're heading north on south. Okay, thanks for that. I appreciate the tip, Lee. Well done.
Okay. Thanks, Ray.
Thank you very much. Bellinger, that's number 10 we're up to now. And we were told by the Commonwealth Bank Media Department about an hour ago that only 4 were closed. We're up to 10 already. Like I say, we need to let them know that there are many more than 4 being closed. And I feel sure by the end of today, and when we get through it tomorrow, we'll get a longer list than 10 as well. In the meantime, here's another one. Rex can't wait online, but he wants to tell me the Commonwealth Bank branch of Thurrool on the south coast of New South Wales is closing. That makes 11. We're making a note of these, and we'll forward them all to the media branch of the Commonwealth Bank so they know as much as we do. So Thurrool has gone as well. And I'll make a list so we can go through them. And as I said, the media department, not their fault, they just tell us what they know. They had 4, and we're up to 10 already. We haven't been working on it for too long. 131873 2GB.com. Killed 4 police officers on the Eastern Freeway in Melbourne, did drug deals between his deliveries, and was off his head with no sleep in the days leading up to the tragedy. Mahinder Singh was allegedly so drug-affected and sleep-deprived that he admitted to his boss he dozed off briefly behind the wheel on the eve of the April 22 collision. The manager...
Pulling out songs like this that we have not played for yonks. Coup d'etats.
Was facing a pre-sentencing hearing in the Supreme Court after he pleaded guilty to 4 counts of culpable driving causing death of leading Senior Constable Lynette Taylor, Senior Constable Kevin King, Constable Glenn Humphreys and Constable Josh Presnick. The officers were killed when Singh, high on a cocktail of illicit drugs, veered his truck into the emergency lane where police officers had stopped that Porsche driver, Richard Pusey, for speeding. The families of the 4 killed in the tragedy came face to face with their killer, telling how his selfish actions had changed their lives forever. Sharon McKenzie, King's partner, brought back tears as she was the first to read out victim impact statements at the Supreme Court hearing yesterday. The mother of 2 detailed how she had to tell her 2 young sons their dad, their hero, was not coming home after losing his life in this senseless, horrific way. That night, our lives have been turned in absolute turmoil, she said, adding that Singh had killed the most beautiful, caring, dedicated, devoted man who had the biggest heart of gold. The court heard Singh had spent only 5 hours in the previous 72, was seen drifting across lanes in the lead-up to the crash before leaving his base. He told Simon Chitira, his supervisor, he didn't think he should be getting behind the wheel. Singh said he was only having hard times at home, but not slept. Chitira insisted he did one more delivery for him. 6 minutes after leaving the depot, he pulled up on Abbott's Road to supply methamphetamines to an associate. I mean, really, could you believe anything this drug-dealing lowlife would say? CCTV along the route captured Singh's truck repeatedly drifting into the emergency lane, crossing lanes without indicating, travelling at 85 to 90. At 5:36 p.m. he again veered into the emergency lane and plowed into police vehicles, but they stopped for this lunatic Pusey. I can still see him in front of my truck. I tried to slam the brakes and I couldn't stop. The hearing before Judge Conlon continues today. Whatever they give this bastard won't be enough, I can assure you of that, no matter what they do with him. Here's another one. We're up to 11 now. The CBA branch at West Tamworth closed in 2020, up to 11. Okay, here we go. 12-13. Both the Kings Langley and Blacktown Commonwealth branches are shut at the moment. We don't know whether they're permanently closed. So we'll go back to 11 until we find out whether Kings Langley and Blacktown Commonwealth Bank branches are shut permanently. But at the moment they're closed. It may not be permanent, but so we're up to 11. If they're closed permanently, it becomes 13. And we'll let the media department of the Commonwealth Bank know, because no one else seems to be talking to them about this. In the meantime, it's 21 minutes before 11, 21 to 10 in Queensland. Police have seized 540 roosters. Believe this? As part of an illegal cockfighting syndicate in Sydney's west. This happened yesterday. Last year, detectives of the RSPCA began investigating animal cruelty offences in Sydney's southwest. In fact, Mark Levy, my colleague, filling in for me over Christmas, covered the story during the summer break. On December 13, police uncovered a cockfighting ring, 71 fighting roosters, metal spikes, spurs and other cockfighting material and property on Camden Valley Way at Catherine Fields. They also found $107,000 in cash and several electronic devices. The animal was seized by the RSPCA and taken to the vet care for they had serious injuries. 34 men were detained at the property and handed a court attendance notice for promoting, organising, attending an animal fight. A 56-year-old man was taken into custody by the Department of Home Affairs over his visa status. Now, in relation to these topics, they happen quite often in other parts of the world, particularly parts of Asia, but they're foreign to me. As part of ongoing investigations, at 11 o'clock yesterday, police found more than 540 fighting roosters and chickens, as well as cockfighting material in the property, this time at Horsley Park. RSPCA inspectors are working to safely remove the animals. A man was detained by police before being released. Those investigations are continuing. Can you believe? It is quite incredible, just incredible. 131873 is the open line number, 2gb.com, 4bc.com.au. Now, that Kings Langley branch, according to Shane of Kings Langley, closed last year and won't be reopened, so that takes it from 11 up to 12. 11 to 12. So we've got now all parts of Australia being impacted, not just 3 in New South Wales and 1 in South Australia, as we were told some time ago. So they're closing everywhere. The time is 19 minutes to 11, 19 to 10 in Queensland.
Traffic. Listen to White World of Sport, Monday to Thursday night from 6 on 4BC.
There's a breakdown on the M1 northbound. The left lane is blocked before the Paradise Road on-ramp in Slacks Creek. That's got delays thanks to Logan Lee Road. Roadworks are causing delays in Melbourne Bay on Serpentine Creek Road in both directions. A light trying to flash in your Manto on Warwick Road at Lodge Street. Imby Road heavy southbound through Chermside and the Bruce Highway down to lane 3 in both directions. I'm Olivia Patowski on Brisbane. Traffic leader 4BC 1116.
Big man, there's only one thing better than the start of a new season of footy. And that's the start of the new season's arrivals in Score Now. Hello! There's new arrivals across all the ranges, from classic styles to fashion, including tie-dye. Like new arrival hoodies, jumpers and fleece. There's new season print t-shirts and shorts, plus new arrival fishing and outdoor wear, including big men. Available in-store and online. Hello!
Australia is working hard to ensure we all have access to safe, effective and free COVID-19 vaccines, which will give us the protection to go about our everyday lives. The COVID-19 vaccines are being assessed carefully by independent clinical experts to ensure all potential vaccines meet its recommended safety and quality standards. After vaccines are approved, we will also going to those most in need of protection. To keep up to date, visit health.gov.au.
check your vehicle with automatic retraction and comes with a 2-year warranty. Call or mention 4BC now and you'll get the Hills Auto Retractable garden hose delivered and installed for just $159. That's $100 off. Call now 1300 384 165 or see AussieHoses.com.au.
And Fun Night for Windows when you make it. Save a massive 50% off the entire range of Righty Ready Gang curtains and 50% off the entire range of Righty Ready Gang blinds. So you can cool it, block it and trade it for less. Exclusions apply. And Fun Night is what you make it.
You're listening to Ray Hadley in the morning on Brisbane News Talk 4BC.
Now, one of the listeners at Greystone said, Ray, there's an accident on the M4 eastbound just after you go past the M7. Traffic is banked up heading east of between police and emergency services on the side. Like 2 cars and a truck as well. Thank you for that. We'll cross that. I'll get a stack of others here. Closure that is. Commonwealth Branch Mittagong closed since last year. If you go to Powell now, so that'll make it back to 13. Don't know about the other one, Blacktown yet. Grand Central Shopping Centre Toowoomba closed in the last few months. I had occasion to visit this branch, always very busy. This one would affect the centre of that size, that'll be 14. I suspect they have another Commonwealth Bank somewhere in Toowoomba, however. Commonwealth Bank Everton Park closed last year. Moved the ATM at the shops in Stamford Heights as well. That takes it to 15. That's in Queensland, that one. Just check to see if we have any more. The Wingham we've got already. Gone altogether. Wingham 20 minutes drive from Taree. We desperately need it. Commonwealth Bank Wahroonga back in Sydney has closed for the last 10 months. That looks like reopening, so that'll take it to 14. In fact, that'll take it to 15. 15 we're up to now. Lavington Branch, CBA, New Albury, closed several months ago. That takes it to 16. CBA Rockville, Queensland closed last year. 17 now. Nearest branch Kippering, North Lakes or Burpengary. No banking facilities at Rockville or Deception Bay for anyone now. Ray, just to inform you in relation to the CBA Waverley, it's the only bank in Waverley. So it's not as if people can go somewhere else. Thank you for that. Appreciate the information. David says at North Rocks, Ray. It's hard to understand how you felt for this. Your favourite people in life, the guys with ponytails, piercing and Porsches, have done the courageous thing. Not announced 100 bank closures in one day, creating huge negative media attention, drip feeding for today, for tomorrow, for the next, and so it goes on. They know exactly what they're doing. Well, let's hope that's not the case. Now, another one. We're up to 17, 18 now. Commonwealth Bank of Ermington closed sometime last year as well. Now, here we go. Here's another one. Linda's online. G'day, Linda. Where's your bank closed?
Oh, morning, Ray. It's Regent's Park. It's the only bank in Regent's Park because there's a lot of elderly people living there. It's an old area. So there's nothing in Baroa, there's nothing in Regent's Park. I don't know how they'd probably have to go to Chesterfield. There's not even an ATM. And they've actually sold the building. They closed and said, just for COVID, we've redeployed the staff to other branches. But, the building's sold now. And they've taken the 2 ATM machines out.
Okay, thank you for that, Linda. So that's Regent Park, Regio, as they call it lately. It's gone. Takes it to 19. Collareef Plateau, permanently closed. Got a letter from the retirement village with the news there. That takes it to 20. CBA at Toukley on the Central Coast is closed. Takes it to 21. Well, we're a long way in front of 4, I can tell you at the moment. Now, I need to get to this very quickly. There's, of course, this estimates hearing they have in State Parliament in New South Wales. Budget estimates, they call it. And they call public servants and politicians to account. The Premier, I think, was there last week, or earlier this week, Gladys Berejiklian. And this time it's Mick Fuller. Now, Mick Fuller, the Police Commissioner in New South Wales, is no man's fool. David Shoebridge from the Greens has used it as an opportunity to lash into the Commissioner about the decision not to proceed with a case against Christian Porter. And it's a disgraceful performance by a politician, and David Shoebridge, who normally would support police, should be ashamed of himself.
But it wasn't safe to travel.
Are you saying that were any applications...
pandemic, Mr. Shoebridge, you might have missed that.
No, actually, Commissioner, I didn't. But perhaps if rather than the gratuitous responses, if you just...
Well, what about the work health and safety of the officers? 80 police in New York died on duty because they contracted COVID.
But if you could take on notice, if there were any applications made by the New South Wales Police across the border between March and June of last year.
Yeah, am I taking that on notice to answer that today as well, or could you just give me a summary of what you want answered today and what you want taken on notice?
Yeah, I will endeavour to do that, Commissioner.
So which one was that one?
Well, of course, the default position, my preferred default position would be for you to provide the information today.
Yeah, well, I'll stop the organisation turning and try to answer all your questions.
You did say there were 20,000 people in the organisation, Commissioner.
Some of them
being tasked to provide transparency on this matter. Some of them being tasked to provide transparency on the matter does not seem an unreasonable diversion of your resources, Commissioner.
Look, Shoebridge is a disgrace. The New South Wales Police investigated the allegations made by the young woman. She withdrew the allegations. She withdrew them. She went back to South Australia. What Shoebridge wanted to happen was for the Commissioner to dispatch a team of crack detectives to go to South Australia to re-examine the case. The woman told the detectives investigating the case of the allegations against Christian Porter, they were told by her she wished to withdraw. She wished to withdraw. She didn't want to further the complaint. And in normal investigations, as I understand it, of police is, they take a complaint. If the person withdraws the complaint, that's the end of the matter. They don't go chasing the complainant on a plane, particularly when she's admitted to having mental health issues. She wanted to be left alone by all accounts. Now, Shoebridge's performance here, at budget estimates, is lamentable at best. It's draconian and dreadful at worst. He needs to wake up to himself and get on with life. And I'm glad the Commissioner gave him short shrift. I don't think I could have controlled myself in the same manner in which we pulled him. I would have been telling him to stick his whatchamacallit up his whatchamacallit and call himself a junkhead, if you know what I mean. Fair dinkum, Shoebridge, what a waste of space you are. It's 9 to 11, 9 to 10 in Queensland.
To work smarter and compete online, you need the right tech and tools. So Telstra are giving away free Telstra worth $149 each. You get a one-on-one phone consult with a Telstra small business expert, plus a tailored report and roadmap to go digital. By booking your Go Digital consult, you can also enter to win the opportunity to see your business up in lights at the footy. Imagine your business on the broadcast, big screen, and more. Visit Telstra.com/name in lights for full terms and entry details. Exclusive to Telstra small business customers. Entries close midnight March 2020.
Specsavers. Every eye test includes an OCT advanced 3D eye scan at no extra charge. Specsavers, sponsor of Healthy Living with Dr. Ross Walker. Download the podcast now at 4bc.com.au.
Hey, feel like lunch? Sure do.
How about a Maguire's $9.95 roast?
Oh, there's nothing better.
Come on then, I'll show you.
When you've got a hankering for some good old-fashioned pub grub, you can't beat Maguire's famous $9.95 roast lunch at the Alex, Elmvale, Consley and the Junction in Annerley. That's $9.95 for a midday for food every day for $9.95 lunch.
Only at Maguire's Hotel. Love it. If you haven't been there, you haven't seen it. That's Queensland's most awarded tile showroom. Top Tiles. All tiles and vanities are exclusively imported direct from Italy, Spain, or Sri Lanka by our tiles. Plus, they have qualified interior designers. Using their 3D drawing system, they can create your dream look. So for the largest range of luxury tiles, open 7 days. See our tiles. 184 Gympie Road, Strathline. For the online toptiles.net.
Higher Power's massive Easter sale is on now, with plenty of sweet specials during March. Your local Higher Power retailer is rolling out great tire deals, and customers are the winners. Like purchase any free Toyota Proxus C100 Plus or Proxus C100 Plus SUV tires, and you'll get the fourth tire free. Terms and conditions apply. Check in store for details. For these and more Easter savings, visit tirepower.com.au.
You know the name, you know the quality.
said to me, that rather convoluted thing you told David Shoebridge to do, look, I've had to clean it up, but it's an old expression that I have used regularly, and I have to clean it up. The best way I can describe it is in relation to Mr. Shoebridge and his question of the First Commission New South Wales. He stick his head up his bum and use himself as a jug hand. In other words, he's useless. 131873 is that open line number, 2gb.com, 4bc.com.au if you'd like to start. But we're closing in on 25, we'll get to 30. It's far more than 4 years old by the time we this morning. I don't know if we're looking for 100 mark for the last one we made displays, but it's 4.5 to 11, 4.5 to 10. It's your weekend off to a great start with Bill McDonald on 4BC. Here's to summer in breakfast, facilities, news, sport, weather, gardening, real estate, your call, and more. All that you need to know about our great city of Brisbane is weekend breakfast on your newsletter 4BC.
Back in a sec.
be able to monitor rates in Australia through hospitalisation presentations, but also through a vaccine safety surveillance system that we have called Ausvac Safety. And, each of the states and territories are looking at presentations to hospitals as well.
2 people in hotel quarantine are Queensland's latest confirmed cases of coronavirus. They both acquired the infection overseas. There are currently 40 active cases in the state. 2 men with alleged links to the Mongols outlaw bikie gang have been arrested in Brisbane, accused of drug trafficking. It follows raids at Logan Lee south of Brisbane and Astley and Deagon in Brisbane's north. Detectives made the arrests as a result of ongoing investigations into the seizure of 2 kilograms of the drug ice from inner-city apartments in January. A 30 and 33-year-old man have been charged with offences including possessing and trafficking dangerous drugs. And diabetes and high blood pressure are being identified as the common causes of kidney disease. A new report has found more than half of all kidney disease cases in Australia are linked to the condition. Kidney Health Australia Chief Executive Chris Ford says they greatly affect kidney health.
Puts tremendous pressure on the kidneys, and so, one of the reasons why it's such a insidious disease, not just silent killer, is because you actually lose 90% of your kidney function and have no
Thursday night from 7 on 4BC.
The Melbourne Storm have begun life in the post-Cameron Smith era with a 26-18 win over the South Sydney Rabbitohs. Tonight the Broncos take on the Eels at Suncorp Stadium. In the other game, the Knights play the Bulldogs. While the Gold Coast Titans' 2021 NRL campaign gets underway tomorrow afternoon against the Warriors on the New South Wales Central Coast. With a number of new recruits, the club has plenty of depth going into the season. Coach Justin Holbrook has told Wide World of Sports it was hard to put a final 17 together for the game, with so many players pushing for spots.
Florida Coast, the round 1 selection.
We were going to buy a 2-litre bottle, Coles Woolworths for $2. Surveillance cameras.
We know the details of the story. Some of it's too brutal to describe on radio, but we know that Jessica Camilleri beheaded her mother after a serious argument at their Sydney home, dragged her to the kitchen, used 7 knives or more than 100 stab wounds, and in a macabre scene outside, she stood and spoke calmly with police about whether she would have access to her mobile phone ever again. Certainly an incredible scene for officers there, who may or may not have experienced anything like this before. So it's a very high category sentence raised in manslaughter. She was found not guilty of murder by mental illness. So Justice Wilson has, pretty much gone the whole way there in terms of the parameters of sentence for a crime such as manslaughter. As we know, she doesn't have any choice in that particular parameter because obviously she has to sentence in accordance with what the verdict was. So that's the state of play at the moment, 16.2 years minimum. Camilleri was heard crying and being quite agitated in the dock as the length of the sentence came down. It could be that she expected something less, but that's not unusual in court scenes such as this.
Okay, well, obviously the maximum for manslaughter in New South Wales is 25 years. We've got almost to that with the top end of the sentence over 21 years. Thanks for that, Gil. We'll hear more about that in the news in about 40 minutes.
Thanks, Ray.
That's Gil Taylor, our court reporter, 9 Radio court reporter. Grant says from Newbridge in rural New South Wales, not sure if anyone's mentioned that the NAB branch in Blaney is closing. Well, Grant, that's what started the ball rolling about 2 hours ago, mate. Wynnum Plaza, CBA, Queensland, it's gone. And that's one of many. Like I said during the news break, I went through a whole range of them, and we got up to about 50, and just too many to go through. And many of them are being repeated, and they're ones that we've spoken about earlier. Mittagong's another one that's been closed. Grand Central Shopping Centre, we'll mention that earlier as well. So yes, keep them coming, and we'll compile all this when we get a bit of time and go through it, and then take them back to the Commonwealth Bank Media Department and say, well, can you verify whether these have closed, has it been announced, or are these new announcements, so we can get some sort of idea of where we're heading. So just keep either calling and giving the details to our staff, or email me with the details, and we'll get many emails about the same places, but anyway, we'll deal with them as we can. Sue says from Gulgong, beautiful part of rural New South Wales, wish you all the best for your wedding day on the 27th. Hubby and I were married same day 45 years ago. Hope your day's as special as ours. Thank you, Sue, that's very kind of you. I met a bloke yesterday at the fish markets, and he was in a truck. He yelled out, all the best for the 27th, mate. I said, how do you know about that? He said, it's my birthday. So to the truckie from the fish markets, happy birthday to you as well, coming up as well. Yes, Kings Langley has been confirmed. I got a note from Glenn Holloway. Now, he's confirming that a branch has closed in Rozelle, which is a new one for us. Good luck with the wedding. I'm celebrating my first anniversary last Saturday. Got married for the first time last year. And my big brother, John Holloway. Now, Holly, as he's known universally, was one of the foremost journalists in racing when I first came into racing back in the early 80s. And he's 77 today, Holly. 77. He plays golf with his great mate Kenny Callender at Bankstown. There's a great story about Holly and Ken Callender. Probably more than 30 years ago, I was playing golf with Ray Warren, and we were going overseas for a football tour. And he said to me, you wanted some extra money on a football tour? I said, yeah, how do we do that? He said, there's a couple of wood guns to think back and play golf. Lots of good handicaps, Holly and Kenny Callender. We'll get them to Castleville and strip them out, take a bit of money off them. I said, beauty, I'll be in that. So on Rabbit Say So, we invited Holly and Kenny out to Castle Hill. They were both on handicaps at the time, I think in their early or mid-20s. I was off about 15 or 16, Rabs was off about 12. Anyway, the end of the story is that Holly and Kenny stripped us out. One had 41 points, one had 42. Burglars, both of them. I said to Rabbit, that was a good plan. Thanks very much for involving me in it. We went away on our trip overseas with less money in our pockets than we thought, because we had to pay both Kenny and Holly a sizable amount of money at the time. So there you go. 131873 is the open line number. Anyway, Johnny Holloway, happy birthday today. I hope you're having a good day, mate, and celebrating with a game of golf either today or tomorrow. All the best to you. Mate, for the emails, here's another one. Surrey Hills closed last year, won't open. Patch Day, yeah, we got that one earlier. Piedmont, sign at the front saying we're closed. There's one we didn't have. Coffs Harbour. Well, there's two at Coffs Harbour. The CBA at Coffs and Great North Ride closed. Some lovely people working there, gone. We've got a new one opening at Charlestown Square. Oh, that's one on the positive side. Well done. Thank you very much for that. They need some good news. Northbridge Plaza's gone. Yes, Oakley, we've got that gone as well. Colesville, we've got that gone. Pendle Hill closed, got that gone. Whole ranges. But as I said, we'll try and find out from their media department exactly whether these are old closures, new closures, or in between. Walker Street, North Sydney, last year. St Leonard's last year as well. David Shoebridge, for those of you missed it, and I mentioned earlier, he's been interrogating at the budget estimates hearing in State Parliament, New South Wales, the Police Commissioner Mick Fuller. Now, he's got a beating on it, Shoebridge, who's agreed, about the fact that New South Wales Police decided to be no further action taken against the Federal Minister Christian Porter. And the reasons are quite simple. There was a statement to be taken by the young lady who made accusations against Christian Porter. She was spoken to by detectives. She didn't provide an official signed statement. A couple of days after they interviewed her, she contacted them via email and said, I'm withdrawing that complaint. Not that she'd made one, but she'd made, allegations which hadn't been substantiated nor investigated. So that was the end of the matter, and that's what Mick Fuller said, given that the lady's now deceased, and she, of course, as we know, tragically took her own life in June of last year. So Shoebridge has been interrogating Mick Fuller at budget estimates about why he dispatched a crack team of detectives to South Australia between the time they first spoke to the lady and her death to re-interview her. Well, given that she had disclosed to them she had mental health issues and she didn't want to be bothered by any further complaints, they left her alone, as they should have. If they'd wanted to know and maybe caused her death, or been accused of causing her death, well, you'd imagine the drama then. She tragically took her own life. Lifeline number is 131114, of course. But this Shoebridge has acted disgracefully. And I'll play the audio for those of you may have missed it from budget estimates earlier today. Darren says at Liverpool, David Shoebridge, a disgrace. I think Mr Fuller was very restrained in his reply. Shoebridge is a complete waste of space, suffers from relevance deprivation syndrome, even though he's still in Parliament. Wendy says, great saying, Ray. Well, the saying to which Wendy's referring is I suggested Mr Shoebridge stick his head up his bum and use himself as a jug hand. It describes his attack on the Commissioner perfectly. What a disgraceful, disrespectful questioning of the Commissioner. And there you go. And the same thing. Shoebridge and the rest of the lynch mob are not interested in the facts or the truth. They're hell-bent on getting a political scalp regardless of the innocence of the accused. They should hang their heads in shame. This is what we're talking about. This is Mick Fuller responding to a suggestion by Shoebridge he should have sent police to South Australia.
But was it safe to travel?
Are you saying that were any applications...
pandemic, Mr Shoebridge, you might have missed that.
No, actually, Commissioner, I didn't. But perhaps if rather than the gratuitous responses, if you just
what about the work health and safety of the officers? 80 police in New York died on duty because they contracted COVID.
But if you could take on notice, if there were any applications made by the New South Wales Police across the border between March and June of last year.
Yeah, am I taking that on notice to answer that today as well, or could you just give me a summary of what you want answered today and what you want taken on notice?
Yeah, I will endeavour to do that, Commissioner.
So which one was that one?
Well, of course, the default position, my preferred default position would be for you to provide the information today.
Yeah, well, I'll stop the organisation turning, try to answer all your questions.
You did say there were 20,000 people in the organisation, Commissioner.
They're all now working for you.
Some of them being tasked to provide transparency on this matter. Some of them being tasked to provide transparency on the matter does not seem an unreasonable diversion of your resources, Commissioner.
Well, I mean, what can you say? The frustration in Mick Fuller's voice was palpable. Just palpable. What does Shoebridge want him to do? He's obviously after Mr. Porter's scalp. And he's behaving reprehensibly, David Shoebridge. Normally a supporter of the New South Wales Police in discussions with me. Now he wants them hung, drawn and quartered. Look, I've dealt with a story which I think is one of the more important stories in Australia today. It's in Queensland. And you may remember I spoke to Adam Hegarty from 9 TV News in Brisbane about a story he put to air 2 nights ago, and he followed it up last night. There's this surgery that can save the life of people suffering with cancers. And the surgery is involving the removal of organs before the cancer spreads. It's done at a hospital in Brisbane, which is north of the river, the Royal Brisbane Hospital, and then the announcement came from health bureaucrats, not the minister, a bit daft, that anyone living south of the river in Brisbane couldn't access that surgery. So if you had this surgery program and you lived at Logan, you couldn't get the surgery done. Or you lived on the Gold Coast, you couldn't get the surgery done. You had to be in a sort of catchment area around the hospital. And Adam Hegarty couldn't understand it, so again last night he went in search of answers. Doctors, and you'll hear a doctor's voice in this audio report, are outraged.
What the fuck are you doing? You
Would you
pull
believe
over
that
in
for
front of me
Parliament
and then
yesterday
you just
without
fucking
the
sit
vet
there.
staff even mentioning this horrible story? As Queenslanders cling to the hope that they might have this surgery. If you don't have the surgery, your chances of survival are 10%. If you do, chances of survival are 70%. And all that the Queensland Health Department can do is tell those people to go south to Brisbane, to Melbourne or Sydney to have the surgery. Now the stupid part about it is they made this announcement 2 days ago, that, and by the way, it was hidden from view until doctors contacted Adam Hegarty and said, "Do you know what's going on here?" And Adam started the investigation on behalf of Queensland residents. So he discovered that if you lived north of the river, the Brisbane River, you could get the surgery. South you couldn't. Rural victims of cancer couldn't access the surgery. And then when he exposed them 2 nights ago on 9 News, what do you reckon they did? They suspended all the surgery for those north of the river, south of the river, and anywhere else. This report went to air last night.
Right now, there are Queenslanders with cancer who, because of Queensland Health red tape, don't know where or if they'll get life-saving surgery. Last night, 9 News revealed if patients don't live in the right postcode, they'd be denied treatment here. Tonight, while health bureaucrats duck for cover, shocked doctors are cranking up the pressure.
As the Health Minister was on her feet in Parliament, it was surgeons standing up and speaking out.
You don't develop the illness requiring a pelvic exoneration based on your postcode, and you shouldn't have your treatment accepted or denied based on the postcode.
First, health bureaucrats said that life-saving cancer surgery would be limited to those in the Royal Brisbane's Metro North catchment. Those on the south side would miss out. Then they said it had been stopped for everyone while they considered that option. Tonight, doctors can't believe any of it.
Seems to me to be discriminatory and not offering treatment to patients who require it in Queensland.
Whatever they choose to do, it means patients will need to get the surgery in Melbourne or Sydney, where they're just as shocked.
You'll be mystified by this decision by health bureaucrats in Queensland.
And they're fearing the worst. Sending patients to Sydney is threatening to clog its RPA hospital. It already does 80 of the procedures each year. And 9 News has learned surgeons there have already raised concern with New South Wales Health.
It's absolutely disgusting, and to find out last night that they're considering actually banning the surgery and stopping it altogether is just sheer bloody-mindedness. Queenslanders will die while they are waiting to make these decisions.
Tonight, Health Minister Yvette Zars has so far refused to answer our questions. The response from hospital officials is they have nothing more to ask. But if you ask surgeons, they say that's simply not good enough.
Morally and ethically doesn't stand up to any sort of scrutiny.
So the surgeon you heard from there with that outstanding report by Adam Hegarty, and while it's not on the front page of the Courier Mail, I'm buggered if I know. This is about the lives of Queenslanders, of Australians, and the Queensland government doing nothing about it. The voice you heard there at the doctor was the surgeon, Dr. John Quinn, from the Royal Australian College of Surgeons. God bless Dr. Quinn for speaking out. But the best the Premier could do yesterday was whinge and whine about the fact the Prime Minister in his $1.2 billion tourist rescue package didn't include airfares for people living in Brisbane wanting to fly to Cairns. Now this is a monstrous story. Queenslanders are going to die. And those deaths are unnecessary. The surgeons want to do the surgery. The Queensland government and the Queensland Health Minister, Yvette Darr, are sitting idly by while people perish. And those that don't perish are given no hope for the future. For God's sake, can we have some compassion from the Queensland government for their own constituents? Apart from Queensland... Absolutely unbelievable. It's 26 past 11, 26 past 10 in Queensland.
The worst part about finding issues in your bathroom is not knowing what it might mean or how much it might cost.
Hi, I'm Chris from Aquashield Bathroom. We specialise in leaking showers.
Bruce was heard to say when he was giving the Mexicans some golf lessons, the Mexican was self-diagnosing his faults and said, don't diagnose pneumonia when you only have a cold. Anyway, if it is the same Brucey Burrows, everyone in golf knows Bruce. Happy birthday for Sunday, old mate. Happy birthday to you, Bruce. We must catch up sometime in the foreseeable future. 131873. Michael says from the ACT, this alleged rape, of course, if it had nothing to do with a politician, would we still be hearing about it by Mr. Shoebridge? I tip my hat to the Commissioner. Well done. I'm sticking it to the green of the House MP. 131873 is the open line number 2gb.com. Tim says, I'm led to believe you have to pass both gases to get pink. No, we checked. If you do that, and we had a discussion about it because the Cantry is, of course, south of Castle Hill Road. We're talking about North next year, keeping other parts of the world. What you've got to then prove, you'll get a blister, you get a $194 fine. You've got to prove that you're doing a delivery in the area. Now, the name of the trucking company I have in front of me, who's allegedly directing their drivers to go via Castle Hill Road, Thompson's Corner. I'll pass that on to the authorities, and they can expect the 30 trucks that head that way on a daily basis will be copping a $190 fine from Monday. Anyone else that knows any trucking company that's trying to divert themselves away from paying the tolls, let me know. The Northern X came at great expense. It's there to direct traffic off Penfields Road. If truck drivers or trucking companies are trying to beat the system, we'll beat them. It's 29 to 12, 29 to 11 o'clock.
Hi there, join Bill McDonald from 6 a.m. for weekend breakfast on Brisbane's 4BC.
Just a crash on the Gateway Motorway southbound near Old Cleveland Road in Belmont, and a broken down truck on Padstow Road westbound, left lane after Logan Road at 8 Mile Plains. Crews are cleaning up a spill on South Pine Road southbound, 2 lanes are blocked before Stafford Road and Everton Park, and roadworks are causing delays in Redland Bay on Serpentine Creek Road in both directions. I'm Olympia Kwiatkowski on Brisbane's traffic leader 4BC 1116.
Pardon?
Sorry? Huh?
What? Pardon?
Sorry? Huh?
What? It's time to stop ignoring the what, especially with hearing loss linked to other health issues. At Audica, we offer a no-obligation free trial of our hearing devices because we want you to feel comfortable wearing them. We specialise in personal hearing health that's tailored to you. Visit audica.com.au to book your free hearing health check. Be hearing healthy with Audica. Available to adults aged 26 or over.
Afternoons with Deborah Knight.
There's an online petition doing the rounds calling on the Australian government to allow pets on planes. Lisa, she says, if the furry one is small enough to go into a cat or a pet carrier, I don't see the problem. Kathy?
To be honest with you, it's overwhelming. They drill everywhere. I don't want them licking me because I think if they do, they should be everything in each other's fun. Sorry, but that is still.
Well, I think Kathy's made her point loud and clear.
Deborah Knight, weekdays from 11 a.m. on 4BC.
When last minute changes mean you have to change your plan, Qantas has you covered. Relax knowing you can reschedule your flight and free as many times as you want, up to February 2022. Simply make a new booking on eligible Qantas-operated flights before the 30th of April. It's just one less thing to worry about, and one step closer to your next trip. Why wait? Book Qantas with confidence today. Subject to booking and travel dates, terms and conditions apply.
Have fun, like the windows, what you make it, Stephen, right?
They did it. Got him on film doing it. 641ZMR. Holden, Colorado. See that? See that? Sorry, fuckhead. No, it's not. You are doing over 80 at the sign, you fuckhead. Fuckhead. You're going. I gotcha. I gotcha. Fuckhead. A load of bullshit. Was that an 80 sign? Coming from 100 down to 80. What an idiot. People think they're so right all the time and they're so wrong. Camera proves it. Just force your way over in front of me like that. When the sign said 80 and he's going through an 80 zone, the sign, and he speeds up. Fast lane, my ass. Maximum speed is 80. Fuckheads out there. Mind your own business and you get free days, heads like that. Anyway.
Test striking legal expert Michael Bradley on whether Gladys Berejiklian acted within the law. Maybe someone should question Mr. Shoebridge on his relationship with Michael Bradley. Well, it would appear that Mr. Shoebridge might be doing the bidding of others. That budget estimate hearing. There you go. Number 2gb.com, 4bc.com.au if you would like to join us. Now, there are a few truckies under the misbelief that those trucking companies who come down Castle Hill Road and avoid the first gantry and then come out the other end. You can rest assured that the $194 fine will be issued if the other trucking company then explain what local delivery they did in that area. So the trucking
he'll get his own karma.
directing its drivers down Castle Hill Road.
He'll do something wrong, he'll smash his car up.
And coming out at the other end, what they call Thompson's Corner, then leading to the M1.
Young idiots.
Start doing it on Monday.
No maturity whatsoever.
New South Wales agency has their details. Details of others.
Well, there's got to be one idiot on the road, or two of them.
On Castle Hill Road, it's pulling over as truck drivers and asking where they're going, what they're doing. Are they actually trying to avoid the North Connect toll, or are they doing it somewhere around Thornley or some point between Pennant Hills and Hornsby? And I think that will stop the practice rather quickly, if in fact it's happening as suggested by some people within the trucking industry at the moment. You wouldn't think that responsible trucking owners would be doing that. Unfortunately, particularly if they were charging for the toll passing on to those they're carrying it for, that wouldn't be very reputable, would it? Anyway, we'll find out. 131873 2gb.com, 4bc.com.au if you would like to join us. The chat. Have you mentioned King Langley? Yes, Evan. It's been mentioned about half a dozen times, mate. We've got that. Bernard says, good morning, Ray. In true green left style, David Shoebridge completely missed the point of police actions in the alleged sexual assault matter. Not only could he care less about police health and safety, but he disregarded the complainant's preference, which was not to proceed. In these sorts of matters, the welfare and wishes of the alleged victim are paramount and come first beyond any potential future legal action. I think Mr. Shoebridge was more interested in getting a political scalp from the Conservative side of politics than he was the welfare of the alleged victim. Good on Mick Fuller for pulling his ear. Well, as I said, Bernard, Mr. Fuller answered his questions appropriately, I think, but I want to ask David Shoebridge, is he doing the bidding of Mr. Bradley? Is he pretending to be a solicitor? The former Mr. Bradley questioning Commissioner on behalf of his former client. That's more of the point, given there is some sort of relationship between Mr. Shoebridge and Mr. Bradley when it comes to Mr. Shoebridge seeking legal advice on matters pertaining to Gladys Berejiklian and other people. You can't have it both ways, David. You can't ask for transparency in cross-examining the highest ranked police officer in New South Wales without being transparent yourself. The question I posed to David Shoebridge, were you asking on behalf of the people of New South Wales as the elected Greens member of the upper house, or were you asking on behalf of the former solicitor for the poor lady who is deceased. There you go. 131873 is that overline number, 2gb.com, 4bc.com.au. Michael Bradley had a bit to say about the police investigation last week on the ABC.
In a case of this type where the allegation is sexual assault and the victim is deceased and there's no formal record of interview, it would be very difficult, pretty much impossible to ever get to the requisite level of proof to be able to bring a case forward. So it's really not surprising that the police have reached that conclusion and done so quickly.
Well, based on Mr. Bradley's utterings, you can only assume that maybe Mr. Shoebridge wasn't doing it on his behalf. He's just being a complete and utter head. 131873 is the open line number, 2gb.com, 4bc.com.au. The Akubra Hat giveaway, we do it every Friday on the Ray Hadley morning program on behalf of the 2CC can join me between 10 and midnight, or at the moment 9:11 in Queensland with daylight saving, for the Ray Hadley Country Music Countdown. We count down the week's top 20 country music songs, look back on country hits from the past and much more. Hear the program, of course, on various websites and also across the network. The team at Akubra, Kempsey Nickel Case of New South Wales, the Kia family, a proud partner of the program, which means it's time for the Friday at 2K giveaway. Thanks to Akubra for giving listeners of the Ray Hadley morning show the chance to win the hat and Akubra hat for themselves. Go to the Akubra. You'll be the owner of a hat that will last your lifetime. Need to hear from caller number 6 on the prize line. Don't ring the open line like you're doing already. The prize line, 1300 722 873. 1300. Thanks to the #1 rating Ray Hadley Country Music program, and of course, Akubra, hat that will last your lifetime. Caller 6 on the prize line, 1300 722 873. 19 to midday, 19 to 11 in Queensland.
Tired of going outside and being bitten by mozzies? They're out in force. To get that flat approach, it's time to take control of your backyard and eliminate mozzies with the Pestrol Outdoor Exterminator Mosquito Trap. Utilising a whisper-quiet fan to suck in mozzies so they can't escape and die instead, the Pestrol Outdoor Exterminator Mosquito Trap is chemical-free, so it's safe to use around your family and pets. It covers the average-sized backyard, and it's so easy to set up. You simply plug it in and away it goes. Order your Pestrol Outdoor Exterminator Mosquito Trap now for only $129.90. It comes with a 12-month warranty and a 30-day money-back guarantee. To order, call 1-800-33-8888 in the next 60 minutes, and you'll also receive free delivery. Or order online at pestrol.com.au. Join thousands of Aussies already enjoying mosquito-free backyard.
Fuck you! Fucking pricks that don't know how to drive. No indicators. Fucking idiots. Why get in that lane and you know around the corner it fucking ends? I can't give way, I was 3/4 of the way up the side of the guy. Plus I don't have to give way. Because I got right away. Guy didn't even have an indicator on or anything. Prick nearly wiped out the side of my car. that's 2 within like 15 minutes or so. Jesus Christ. Knew there'd be another one. I should have unclamped the phone and got that guy's face. In the post and quickly go to the toilet. tools, built new ones. Are you there, Kathy? Are you? I'm about to head home. I had to go and get some evergreen. You know what I mean? Not really doing anything important. I'll I get home. To be truthful. I'm back in Brisbane again. So probably be home within an hour.
Despite having the great jockey
Walked in, just got a couple of bottles of soda. Orange soda. We just call it soft drink here.
I just got to go and have my nap first, right?
Got plenty of food, not buying shit out here like Hungry Jack's or McDonald's or anything like that. That's no good for diabetics. Type 1. So I prefer to make my food at home. So ketogenic, trying to keep those carbs down. I wish I could eat rubbish food. I do sometimes, but not very often. In the sense with sugar levels, it's crazy.
Up there in Queensland.
So I'm just cutting through Brisbane now, from one highway to the other. Said I was going to stop up at Mount Coot, maybe I can do that at least for you. Whether I stop at the, I still got to stop at the lookout. I'll put the camera on the tripod and I'll get out for a little while. Let's give you a view of Brisbane from up top of Mount Coot. So I'm probably about 15 minutes away from there.
Life on your terms, from planning and support to advice and encouragement, from the latest tech to good old community spirit, Vision Australia, powering your independence.
You're probably thinking about a garage or shed. Titan Garages are right here in Brisbane, so go with the manufacturer you know and trust. They do it all, from plans, council approval, slabs, install, garden sheds, garages, mighty Osbar, even Titan tiny houses too. Jump online at titangarages.com.au or call 13 27 36 for the Titan Place Centre near you. You'll be lucky you got a Titan. Now you be lucky you got a Titan.
Why haven't you heard of a brand utility vehicle until now? Introducing the all-new 8-seat Kia Carnival with a bold and modern SUV-inspired design, class-leading tech, and advanced safety features. Don't compromise on space, comfort, and style. Isn't just make an 8-seat family car. We make it utility.
To work smarter and compete online, you need the right tech and tools. So Telstra is giving away free Telstra Business Go digital consults worth $149 each. You get a one-on-one phone consult with a
that predicted rain, I was talking about 40 millimetres of rain for the Sydney metro area today. Looking at the rain radar, it's just moving a little south of Sydney, although there is some backup rain heading in from the west at the moment. There is that rain going this morning around the Orange area, and it's just coming over the greenhouse right now. We'll look and see what's happening in Queensland, because they're expecting some lighter falls up there. Most of it off the coast, I notice at the moment, from Maroochydore down off northern New South Wales. So if it keeps off the coast, you won't get much rain up that way either this afternoon. That's it for me this week. Thanks for your company on 2GB, 4BC, stations on the Southern Cross, Capital Radio, Midwest Radio, Brent Broadcaster and ResNet Networks. I'll be back same time Monday. You know, if there's anything I hear sometimes in the program, you will leave a note.
Tourism package and Brisbane to get a beer-themed hotel. It's 11 o'clock. Good morning, I'm Stephanie MacDonald. The Prime Minister insists Australia's COVID vaccine rollout is going to plan, but Labor says things are moving too slowly. Federal Parliament reporter Harry Spicer.
The Health Department has confirmed the vast majority of Australians will have been given 2 doses of the COVID vaccine by October, but warns some people will only have been jabbed once. Labor's Richard Miles has seized on the news. He says the government will miss its rollout targets.
The one person you can't believe about the pace of the rollout is now the Prime Minister.
But Scott Morrison has dismissed the claim. The PM says the government's plan was always to have everyone given 1 dose by October.
We were clear a month ago that the October deadline would not include the second dose.
Mr Morrison also says he's not concerned by reports of issues with the AstraZeneca vaccine in Europe, arguing comprehensive testing shows it's safe. In Canberra, Harry Spicer, 9 News.
Queensland has recorded 2 new cases of coronavirus, both people in hotel quarantine who acquired the infection overseas. There are 40 active infections in the state. The Palisade government is calling for more Queensland holiday destinations to be included in the federal government's tourism support package. Airfares to 15 destinations, including the Gold and Sunshine Coast, Cairns, the Whitsundays and Mackay region, will be half price. Bath Deputy Premier Stephen Miles says key markets have missed out.
One of my favourite places to visit in Queensland is Townsville. It's a beautiful place and there's lots of beautiful places to visit near it. There are tourism operators there are struggling, and I don't know why they were left off the list, why the Morrison government hates Townsville. I don't know why they hate Harvey Bay. Like, why wouldn't you include Harvey Bay?
The New South Wales Police Commissioner has been forced to defend the investigation into allegations made against Attorney General Christian Porter during a heated parliamentary inquiry. Clinton Maynard reports.
It's been a calm but at times agitated Commissioner Mick Fuller when grilled as to why a statement was not taken from a woman who'd made historical allegations against Christian Porter. In a clash with Greens MP David Shoebridge, Mr Fuller has explained it wasn't safe for police to travel to Adelaide to take a formal statement last year.
Any application pandemic, Mr Shoebridge, you might have missed that.
No, actually, Commissioner, I didn't.
He told the estimates hearing statements in person are critical in such cases in order to withstand scrutiny. The Commissioner has also been asked whether he discussed the case with Prime Minister Scott Morrison. Mr Fuller says there was no discussion outside the top level of the force and with no federal politicians, and he'd only spoke with Police Minister David Elliott about the case recently at State Parliament in Maynard 9 News.
A Sydney woman who decapitated her mother at their family home has been jailed for at least 16 years for manslaughter. Court reporter Gil Taylor.
Jessica Camilleri dragged her mother by the hair to the kitchen and used 7 knives to stab the victim more than 100 times. 4 of the knives broke. Rita Camilleri was eventually beheaded. All this occurred in front of a child who was injured when they intervened. In a macabre scene outside, Camilleri stood covered in her mother's blood, calmly talking to police about inane subjects. Due to mental illness, Camilleri is guilty of manslaughter, but not murder. Justice Wilson has described the attack as brutal and vicious. Camilleri has been jailed for at least 16 years, 2 months. Gil Taylor, 9 News.
A Caboolture man has been charged, accused of using Facebook to have sexual chats with children overseas. Federal police raided the 59-year-old home in January, seizing a laptop and desktop computer after a tip-off from US authorities. He's due to appear in the Pine Rivers Magistrates Court today and is facing a maximum penalty of 10 years behind bars. New South Wales police have uncovered about 200 kilograms of cocaine on a boat in waters off Sydney. A 27-year-old man has been charged with importing the drug after his vessel was raided at Port Botany. Acting Commander Gary Lowe says detectives have also combed through a large Belgian tanker, which they believe the cocaine was picked up from.
The ship itself is 330 metres long, so it contains over 1,500 containers. And amongst those containers is refrigerated goods, all sorts of items that take a significant time, and even during the search yesterday, it was a long search.
The dawn service at the Australian War Memorial in Canberra will go ahead on Anzac Day with about 4,000 people allowed to attend. The memorial has confirmed it has a ticketed capacity of 4,200 people for the dawn service and 3,000 for the national ceremony. Prince William has spoken publicly about racism allegations sparked by Prince Harry and Meghan in a long interview. Prince Harry and Meghan claim an unnamed royal raised concerns about what colour their son Archie's skin might be before he was born. When questioned during a public appearance, the Duke of Cambridge said the royal family is very much not a racist family. And a beer-themed hotel is said to be built in Brisbane, the first of its kind in Australia. One already exists in Ohio in the US, which was also launched by Brewdog and made Time Magazine's top 100 list of the greatest places on Earth in 2019. Brewdog Australia's CEO, Ed Bott, says their next hotel is being built in Murarrie.
We want to turn our brewery in Saffron into one of the premier beer destinations in Australia, and we're planning to build a 39-room hotel, which will have beer taps in each room, cans of beer and a fridge for shower beers.
In finance, the All Ords is now 53 points at 7,006. Oil is trading at $64 a barrel, and $1 Australian is buying 78.
Going straight from that, eh?
In finance, it's 11.
Pub with a motel on the side that has beer kegs in the fridge, taps.
Brisbane Broncos take on the
Get in trouble that one.
in their NRL season opener at Suncorp Stadium.
Must be a small
Broncos
keg.
coach Kevin Walton says he's looking for a consistent 18-minute effort from his team.
I believe in the playing group that we've got. I know they can put 80 minutes together. They will need to put 80 minutes together against every team in the competition, not just this weekend.
In tonight's other game, the Knights host the Bulldogs. The North Queensland Cowboys begin their NRL campaign tomorrow night away to Penrith. Co-captain Michael Morgan says he's happy with the squad assembled for the season on paper, but they have to put it together on the field.
I think it's a very strong team. When you look and see what phases,
Another 5 minutes or so from Mount Coot to look out.
This happened for us, but I'm confident with the work we've done over the pre-season.
Josh Philippi has been pulled out of the Indian Premier League, citing personal reasons. The rising star was on a modest $70,000 contract with Royal Challengers Bangalore. And the draw for the Super Netball season has been released. The Queensland Firebirds will kick off their season against the New South Wales Swifts on May 2. It's 11:11. That's the latest news and sport. You can sell your car by the side of the road. Might take a while and it might get towed. You can buy some ads in used car ads. Then inquire in the daily ads. You can list your wheels on those car websites. And sit and wait till you get some buys. Might be weeks, could be months. Or go to Cowboys Online.
lanes and roadworks causing delays on Serpentine Creek Road in both directions through Redland Bay. Lights are on flash in New Manto on Warwick Road at Lock Street intersection. The Gateway motorway is heavy southbound through Bald Hills and Gippy Road slow southbound through Chermside. The Bruce Highway and the M1 is delay free. I'm Olivia Kwiatkowski on Brisbane. Traffic leader 4BC 1116.
Oh, Spotlight on windows, what you make it? Save a massive 50% off the entire range of Righty Ready to Hang curtains and 50% off the entire range of Righty Ready to Hang blinds. So you can cool it, lock it and shade it for them. Spotlight is what you make it.
What's the smartest thing that you can do with your car device? Download the 4BC app for iPhone and Android or stream now at 4bc.com.au. Monday to Thursday night from 7 on 4BC.
Partly cloudy today, Brisbane a top of 28, Bayside 27, Ipswich 30, the Gold Coast 27 and the Sunshine Coast 28. Partly cloudy tomorrow, 29 the top. Currently 27 degrees at Amberley, 27 at Arsterfields, it's 26 at Beaudesert and 27 degrees in Brisbane. There'll be more news at midday on your news leader 4BC 1116.
Nothing comes close to Kubot's world-class excavators. The conventional swing KX series delivers all-round versatility with unparalleled breakout force, driving standout results. While the U series
Kangaroo sign.
the zero-tap swing excavators, providing exceptional performance and
Because we're in bushland. In the city, but we're in bushland.
exceptional finance rates. Now is the time to get yourself a Kubota excavator. Need to walk
Horses, bikes, and people for the next 9.1 kilometres. There's a quarry down there. Yeah, very dangerous roads here. Dogs to look out. It's really the best place to go. It seems to have signal. Shuffle. Shuttle. Not shuffle. It's Bridger River. It's only one way this way now. They make you go a long way around now. Used to be able to go in where that last corner. Ah, yeah. Summit Lookout. Might be better if I park here. Walk up. Might not get a park on here. Find a selfie sticks. Did I bring it all? Yes. Just give me a second to put the selfie stick together. Got a few of them. This is a monopod, but I'm using it as a selfie stick. Hang on. Screw that back in. Okay. Brisbane River down there. And that way's out where I live, but over those hills, way over. So there's Brisbane River, and there's a Brisbane River again, like snakes, brown snake. There are walking trails, it's not very handy, but no. Spotted gum trail. Oh yeah. And come back and do that maybe. Since I know it's got signal. So then over that, Slaughter Falls. There's the botanical gardens in there. Probably a couple of things I could come back here and do. This botanical gardens, and there's 2 other botanical gardens in the city. Didn't even know there was botanical gardens down there. Next time I drive past here. Fuck you. See the speed limit? It says 20. See that? Right there? That says 20. Right? Number 3 idiot on the road. Give somebody some courtesy. Almost run off that corner once before. I went by shut up. Yeah, it'd be nice if people just have some common courtesies on the roads, eh? So everybody's actually in a rush.
Overnight. Doors have been shut, tours cancelled, shows and productions gone. Along with thousands of jobs. And many in entertainment didn't meet the criteria.
Slow down! It's only 50 down here.
And show the show, so they weren't eligible. And they're not just talking about the singers and the performers, it's all the behind-the-scenes staff as well, the lighting operators, the soundies, the back-of-house crew who were instantly out of work, and in many cases continue to be out of work. Thankfully it's coming back on, the audiences are slowly returning, live shows are back, and it is good news, it is positive, but it's nowhere near the capacity that it was, and the entertainment industry is still very much on its knees in this country. And it's great to see.
Suppose I could do that, Botanical Gardens. I'd go live here, and go into the Brisbane City and do the South Bank one. And then into the South Bank's right next to the city. And then do the City Botanical Gardens. But I have to spend like half a day or something in here. Awards, the actors. And the then 17-year-old, she had a dream of becoming an actor. And when she was on the actor red carpet, she got to meet many of her idols, including Tim Minchin.
It was amazing. The whole night was just unreal. Like, everywhere I was looking, there was people I was recognising, and yes, Tim Minchin was the one that I was holding out for, and then lucky enough I got to meet him and have a nice photo with him and talk to him for a bit.
What did you talk about?
It was just talking about what I want to do, and then I was saying how much I love Matilda.
Yeah, just a wonderful young woman, talented, incredibly brave.
Could be that
she was diagnosed with cancer in 2019. But she lived a life to the full, and she had an amazing
maybe that trail leads down to here.
She viewed cancer as something that had to fit in
okay, I'll have to come back and do that.
The other way around. And she also did the ACC last year. She got full marks for drama. So she was just an extraordinary talent. And I got the call last week from a relative of Tara's letting me know that she was going through a pretty rough time. She was in hospital. And earlier this week, sadly, Tara passed away. Now, her family and her friends will be holding a service to remember her. And you know what they're going to call it? They're calling it Tara's Grand Encore. And everyone is encouraged to wear yellow, which was Tara's favourite colour, or green, because she loves green too. And they're also asking everyone who'd like to make a donation in memory of Tara to make it to Canteen, which is that fantastic organisation helping young people battle with cancer. So I thought with Tara's family and the celebration of her life, that will be Tara's grand encore as she's farewelled by her nearest and dearest. From you, 131873 on the open line number. Charlie has called in just on the topic of whether money actually influences what you think of things off the back of this news, that a price of a bottle of wine, if people pay more for it, they think it tastes better too. Charlie, what do you reckon? Is that rule of thumb something that stands for you too?
That's not necessary. I always believe that if something is good, just buy it anyway, but not necessarily because it's a label, it's good. I once walked into a Target store and I bought a white shirt that was reduced from $25 down to $17. And I said, that's a great shirt, feels really nice and comfortable. And I walked to the counter and they said, I'd been further reduced to $12. I wore that shirt for years, and Mum even fixed up the collar. God love her, she's passed away now.
I think, why are they wearing that? It looks so odd. And then you realise it's some big name label. And I think often people are dazzled by the label or the cost of things, when the reality is that it may not be as good as they think it is. And remember Aussie Tanasi Kokonakis as well, the tennis player, with his $6 Kmart t-shirt at the Oz Open after he had his struggles, and he thought that was pretty good too. But Daniel on the email says, the rule of thumb, you always purchase the second cheapest bottle of wine. He reckons it works all over the world. And congratulations on the ratings. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. We'll investigate that a bit further with Dr. Gary Mortimer, who's a professor of marketing, and find out if price actually does influence taste. But let me know your stories. 131873 is the open line number. Road westbound, it's the left lane after Logan Road and 8 Mile Plains. Road works are causing delays in Redland Bay on Serpentine Creek Road in both directions, and the lights are still on flash near Manto and Warwick Run and the Bruce Highway. I'm Olympia Kwiatkowski on Brisbane's traffic leader 4BC 1116.
Is your garden hose kink, tangle and drive you mad?
See that? See that? Get the fuck off my ass now. Get the fuck back. we rewind the VOD a little bit, I just went up to Mount Cootha to give a look at the city, Brisbane City, if you want to have a look at it. It wasn't very much. But I'll probably go back there. They got botanical gardens and a few other things there. Yeah, I'll be home in about 40 minutes or so. Things we do for Evergreen.
Afternoons with Deborah Knight on Brisbane's News Talk 4BC.
And I'm very glad you are on this Friday. Our pollies are standing by. I'll speak to Angus Taylor and Josh Fitzgibbon in just a tick. But on the weather front today, Sydney a top of 27 degrees, some showers expected a little bit later in the afternoon. Brisbane 28 degrees and a shower or two expected for you. And in the nation's capital in Canberra today, cloudy, 24 degrees your top temp, and a chance of showers. I'll get your weekend forecast a little later.
Absolutely deplorable threat. How is the unhinged attack on me relevant to the question on this?
Hey Kathy. No, it's like a 4-hour drive for me to get it. Otherwise it's got to come from Canada. Even though they grow it, it's just not enough on the markets to supply us, and it's too expensive. It's twice the price I paid for it, at least. It's probably around 700 Australian dollars in US dollars. I don't know what that is. So it's probably more like 800 US dollars or some bloody shit. And Oz. Yeah, very cloudy. But lots of big white fluffy clouds or rain-making clouds. So I'm expecting some of it. It was yesterday or last night, not last night, but the night before, we got 7 mil. But like 20 minutes up the road, they got 67 mil, 66 mil. I don't really need it for the garden, because the gardens are pretty green. Mainly just for the tanks. The tanks, 2 tanks out of the 3 tanks I've got are for the garden. 1 tank's, so I swapped them over, 1 tank's just for house water from the mains, from the front. It's drip fed in. That's in like, I think a 5,000 litre tank. And then I've got a 20,000 litre tank and another 20,000 litre tank comes off the house, 5,000 litre tank comes off the garage, but the 5,000 and the 20,000 tank are connected together by pipework, so one gets too full, so I can obviously get more rain off the bigger one. Just in case it rains, which I've done. Yeah, the roads, this road's okay. The highways are usually alright. It's the back roads, like near my place. They're old cow tracks turned into roads. So it's basically cows have been walking on for hundreds of years, making cow trails. And they bitumen over the top of them. Sorry if it's too windy. Wind down the car. Window, not wind down. highways are usually pretty good up here. Going down the Gold Coast, I think it's 4 lanes like this all the way down, back. 4 lanes each side. It does get to 110 kilometres down the Gold Coast on the highway. But up here it's only 100 kilometres an hour, which is like, what, 60 miles an hour or something? 60 or 66, something like that. At least I know I'll get cell coverage on the highways there. But last time I went behind those dams and stuff, there's none whatsoever. A lot of Brisbane city's got 5G. Same as Gold Coast. I'm probably going to get a room or something, go down the Gold Coast on the weekend. Not this weekend, but probably in a few months or something. I'll just stream down there over a weekend or something. Prefer the Gold Coast and the Sunshine Coast. So we've got beaches all the way up and down the coast. So it'd take me about 2 hours to get to Gold Coast. That's why I suggested I'd get a room. Give me more time to walk the streets and the beaches there. Not interested in a nightclub scene or anything like that. Or pubs. I'll go there if I have to, but I'm not going to make a special occasion out of it. Probably should go off to the local pub when they have a band on or something. At night. Now I'm at Red Bank. See by the sign. And Toowoomba's a little country town. Well, not little, but a country town. It just grew. XR6 Turbo U. Actually get a Brisbane River ferry here, so it cuts out where we just drove, I think, and you go all back roads and you end up in Brisbane, sort of the back suburbs. But it's a lot longer to get there. You probably don't have the cell towers. There's a big cell tower right ahead now, in the middle of the bridge. Never been to the USA either. I want to do that one day. I got my passport. Need a place to stay when I come over. Probably wouldn't be for a few years anyway. The way COVID's going and stuff. Someone to look after me cats. Oh, my mum can do it. Yeah, my mum wouldn't be alive if I wasn't looking after her. Very hard to walk. River Road. It went the other way, straight. It would end up in Ipswich. A little country town. Greater Brisbane, they call it. But where I am, it's actually in the country.
Targets, and we should be very proud of those achievements. We've done it without a carbon tax.
I'll tell you just before I lose signal because I know when it is.
Use of taxes or tariffs.
Just for a little while.
And create jobs and opportunities at the same time. So we think that border adjustments are the wrong way to do it, but there's a long way to go to get that in place.
It's Costco up on the left. Carl's Jr. on the right here. And there's a lot of stuff I wouldn't even buy at Costco just because I'm a diabetic. A lot of sugar and everything. I used to buy my bacon here. It's like American style smoked. The real funny cut, not the shortcut. It was about $10 a kilo and it kept going up in price. Now it's like 13. I'll just eat normal bacon now. Who's the better? I haven't been eating a lot of bacon lately. More on the beef. Low carb bread rolls, low carb wraps. It's Haas now. No, Haas was the last one, I think. Oh. Anyway, the darker skin ones, I don't have them. So it's all the bloody green ones.
Good on you, fellas. We'll talk again next week.
Thanks, Jane.
Every Friday for Friday Question Time. What was the first cassette tape that you ever got? That you ever had? And did you do mixtapes as well? Because a lot of people did, you know, if you had a good friend or if you had a boyfriend or girlfriend and you wanted to or an afternoon.
Yeah. None of the other part of the family will do it. Yeah, my mum's 81. Riddled with arthritis and all sorts of other bloody things. But the arthritis is really bad now. She's got something else to do with her legs that are wrong. She only just found out because the doctors couldn't diagnose. Some sort of infection. I forget what it's called. But her legs are red. Feet are red. Legs are red right up to like her knees. And she went to the doctors, and the doctors all said, "Oh, you had an infection." So She went on antibiotics, got another blood test, and says, "Oh, you haven't got infection now." You're right, but she still got the red legs. And some politician on TV last night was put in hospital for this same thing. And she looked at all the pictures of his legs and stuff, and it looks the same. So she's got to go back to the doctors and try and get that diagnosed properly. She basically sits in one of those chair things, automatic, electric chairs. Pass-out truck. Otherwise, she couldn't get out of bed, or out of the chair. She's got Parkinson's too. Kissing disease or something, where the vertebrae in your back are all growing together or something like that. The asthma and other things. But it's the Parkinson's and the arthritis that are the worst. Do you think the Parkinson's the arthritis is actually worse than the Parkinson's? And these new knees replaced, which is not going to get it done. She's got factor 5, which is a blood clotting disease too. That's the reason why she doesn't want to get it done. Sick story.
Of the manslaughter of her mother Rita.
Cut the head off her mother.
Claire back in July.
Stabbed her over 100 times.
A non-parole period as part of the sentencing of 16
used 7 knives, broke 2 of them.
And the court previously heard that Jessica had struggled with mental health issues for many years prior to this awful crime, and the court found her not guilty of murder because of her mental impairment. So 21 years, a minimum of just over 16 years for Jessica Camilleri of the death of her mother Rita.
Thanks, Kathy.
Essex New Jeff has called in just on the topic of whether price...
So you're actually in Kentucky, eh?
Things like wine, with
heaps of KFCs?
better. Jeff, what do you reckon?
I know, it's just that man. We're probably not even any good. Now, we don't have biscuits over here. We have scones, but we don't eat them with KFC. I think it's more of a English thing where they put cream and jam on them. Not a savoury thing. You call it a biscuit. Thanks so much, Kathy, for being so nice. Some really nice people that I've talked to online from that church. So much respect to you all. There's a F-18 up there in the sky. We're right near Amberley Air Base. The RAF RAAF. Look at those jets buzzing my place all the time. basically only just got a supermarket, say 8 years. Woolworths, like a big major chain. All we had was a pub. We had to travel, say, maybe 40 k's to the supermarket or to the bank. And now we've got two truck stop and a graveyard church next to it. So we got that. What else we got? Oh, Bunnings. Like a big major retail garden centre. Can't wait till that opens in a few months. I'll be taking you down there. Woolworths and that Bunnings. And I think they're going to open up an Aldi's there too. Building up the area. Built up here. They haven't started building it yet. So it's going to be massive. Up here on the left, I think. It's called Haigslea. Haigeslea. Yeah, on the left here, that sign up there. Highway A2, Australia's biggest service centre. Now we're slowly getting higher up as we go up the ranges. So the altitude's higher than Brisbane. And back in the VOD. As you can tell, I don't get out. I seem to go home, I seem to stay there. Five. You. Some idiot behind me. Swerved over behind me, there's no cars around. Tell Hungry Jack's is up here, which you call Burger King. It's just beside the BP servo. See, this place has got a servo, a Hungry Jack's, and a pub. That's all it's got. Well, it's a bit like up near my place, but we've got a bit bigger than that now. There's a little town in here. Called Marburg. You're not missing anything. It's probably got a pub. That's about it. Population's only probably a few hundred. Oh, this is where we probably Just wait till I get up top of that hill. And I'll come back. Yeah, bit rate's probably going to drop a bit. It came back up. There's a cemetery with nothing else around, just a little one. There's houses up top there right in the middle. I'd stream from up there, from the house. It always drops signal through there, Kathy. The bit rate's back up, I think, 2,498. So it shouldn't drop out again. That's the only place it really drops out on the highway. See you later. Take care. Thanks for dropping in. I'll be home soon anyway. Watching the church. Take care. Thank you. Love yous all. Yeah, I got one more little mountain. It shouldn't drop out. It'll be about 15 minutes and I'll be home. Thanks for coming in. I got about 20 kilometres to get home. Top of the hill on the right hand side, I think. If I didn't already say it. Yeah, it's called Marburg. It's got a service station. Well, that's all it's got. Service station, a little takeaway shop. Thanks, Kelly, again. drop out. Dropping out again.
Partly cloudy tomorrow with a slight chance for shower.
Now it's gone back up
29. Mostly sunny, tops of 31 on Sunday.
The cell tower's right in front of me on that hill over there.
Currently it's 27 degrees at Amberley, 27 at Archerfield, 27 at Bay Desert, and it's 27 in Brisbane. And there'll be mornings at 1 on your news leader 4BC 1116.
The worst part about finding issues in your bathroom is not knowing what it might mean or how much it might cost.
Hi, I'm Chris from Aquashield Bathroom. We specialise in leaking showers and bathroom repairs. My team of specialists will come and assess your bathroom for free, explain exactly what's happening in your wet area, and give you a plan to resolve it. When you're not sure who to call our award-winning team at Aquashield Bathroom. AquashieldBathrooms.com.au. QBCC 1508 1838.
Thank you so much for tuning in. Great to have your company on this Friday. It is the eternal question. Is something better just because you pay a lot for it? People seem to think that wine tastes better if it's more expensive. I'll see if that rings true in just a moment. And a vet on the email says, in 1986, my dear late mother bought me an alarm clock radio from Target, and it's still going strong today, from 1986. So money isn't always a guarantee of quality or of longevity either. But I'll talk to Gary Morderer in just a moment, marketing guru, just on whether that rings true. Let me know if it is the case for you, 131873. We'll also hear from Aussie singer-songwriter Pete Murray, who has just released some new music, and we'll hear it as part of our live concert series here on Afternoons. Pete Murray in our next half hour. And it's a birthday today for Philip Ruddock, former Liberal government minister who is currently the mayor of Hornsby. And only to former Labor Prime Minister Billy Hughes. So remember that fun birthday to you when we played Deb's Quick Quiz, a great prize up for grabs a little bit later. Now, just talking before the news about airfares and the half-price routes, the subsidy, the $1.2 billion package unveiled by the Prime Minister, there's been quite a bit of criticism delivered from governments as well as from tourist groups saying that the help isn't enough, that it's not targeted enough, and the Prime Minister. And I've said that when we're looking and the entertainment industry, our performers, both on stage and the crew who work behind the scenes as well, many of them weren't eligible, didn't fit the criteria for the government handouts for JobKeeper, and they've been told that there won't be targeted JobKeeper support coming when it does run out for those who were eligible, and it runs out at the end of this month. But Phil on the text line says we're doomed until international borders are open because live music relies on overseas artists. Well, I must see your point there, because the big stadium shows do bring big audience numbers when you have the quality of our Australian performance. And in terms of the touring, many of them are back doing shows, but they're not at full capacity either. And every artist that I speak to, and I speak to quite a few of them on this show, I'm happy to shine a light on our performing arts scene in this country, they all say to me that it's been extremely difficult for the entertainment and arts industries, and it's an industry that we can't forget. And Rosemary makes an important point too about the not-for-profit sector. She says, I support the travel industry and the half-price airfare deals. Also having to rely on government help to continue to support their communities, and they're doing it tough. And she makes on to be in place, it's already considerably underpaid, is at risk, because every sausage sizzle, every Lamington drive, every op-shop fundraiser dinner, all of it that raises funds for no other reason than to pay the costs involved or to keep programs running.
a sec, I just got to change this over. I bet, gonna buy another clamp. Okay. Just checking signal. Seems to be okay now.
Hey, Biggie.